Well, hello there, friend. Friends? Com- compadres? Comrades? Uh, Viewers. How we doing? Having a good morning? I'm I'm getting a little pumped up. I had a little bit of a slow morning. I was sitting in a customer support chat line waiting to refund my automatically renewed PlayStation Plus uh, subscription. That's what I did this morning. And while nobody's here, I keep thinking about it, but I only think about it when I see it. Let's adjust the camera just a tiny bit up. It might disconnect on us. Tiny movement. I went like right back down. I think it helps if I pull the right arm. That seems like a much better angle. Weird thing to focus on, but that shirt is very comfy. It is very comfy actually. We've got these I've got a whole bunch of like nice dress collar shirts that I got before the internship, like at this point 2 years ago. But this is like a nice little Costco pile of thick flannel shirts where Brady buys one because she's not sure if it'll fit, while she's out shopping, or if I'll like it, and then I like it, and then we go back to get more, and they're sold out. So I've got like a whole bunch of one-off shirts that fit that exact description. I'm gonna just start buying out the sections of things that I like, because it's worked. It's happened to me with like t-shirts and, well, I guess just t-shirts and V-neck. I don't buy that many clothes. I don't go anywhere. It's a problem. I should leave the house sometime. But we got our coffee. We've got our little Satisfactory mug today. Big fan. I'm a big fan. It's a big coffee cup. It holds a lot of coffee. Oh hey, I see your favorite streamer of the year. Look at that handsome guy. Much appreciated. I guess you like me. You don't turn on Twitch very often, and when I do, it's because I've got somebody, a friend of mine. I wanna kick back and watch. Kick back and third monitor, even often enough. But so today, I the general idea, in my head is we're gonna do some warm ups, some focused work, and then maybe do some fun stuff, which requires me to kind of like find some videos the night before and kind of get an idea of the lesson structure, or the thing I want to focus the actual like deep learning practice on. It says your top streamer is uncommon at 350 hours, and my number two is someone I watched for an hour and don't remember. Yeah, I think we very similarly. Actually, my top streamers are the ones that I'll pull up over on this tablet and just let AFK, because I want like a Twitch drop, because I'm a sucker for Path of Exile skins, or Overwatch drops, or whatever it is at the moment. I'll go find like one of the YouTubers I follow on Twitch. I'll hit that button and I'll just ignore it. So it's like Darth microtransactions for like 400 hours, and then like my friends. Anyway, chat disabled for this live stream. Not this one. Refresh the YouTube chat. I've got YouTube dual streaming right now, and the YouTube chat dock. I guess I need to refresh it every time by popping out the chat, copying it, and then I guess I go to the dock and edit it. That's what it is. Oh, Can I edit the dock? Inspect it? Huh, no idea. There's got to be a better way as I look at this. Oh, here it is. That's the way. Cool, cool. I do have to, like, log into YouTube, pop out their chat, copy the address, pop it in over here as a browser chat. There's got to be a better way. Anyway, topics. We're bouncing around. We're having a good time. My top watch games are Satisfactory, Foundry, Unicorn Overlord, Planet Crafter, and Street Fighter. So I guess that's just a recap of your game stream. I looked at mine, and it was those exact games. But it's nice little, like, top 10% next to Planet Crafter, Satisfactory, and Foundry. So that was nice. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't Planet Crafter. It was Shapes 2, which was a remarkable amount of fun. And they've had so many updates that, you know, quality of life and new pieces that would make a new run completely worth doing. Or at least once you get to the, yeah, completely worth doing. Also, once you get to the Make Anything machines, so many tools that would have simplified my factories. Like a paint switcher that lets you switch the colors. You finally picked up Bull Ultra. It took a bit to grow on me, but I'm into it. Oh yeah, I was meaning to ask. I think, no, somebody else, a buddy of mine, also picked up Bull Ultra. Daniel did. Or he was teasing it. I don't know if he did it or not. I should check on him too. That game's a lot of fun. I think takes a minute to grow is a perfect... Takes a minute to grow on you is a perfect description. But once you get it, once it gets those hooks into you, it's a lot of fun. Every time I play a roguelike that's similar, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of fun, I think I could just play Bull Ultra instead. It's a bit nicer. So, what were we doing? Oh, yeah, classes. Things we're going to try to do. I'm going to try to work the Loomis method today, which is a method for growing heads. Drawing heads. It's a method for getting the proportions all in the right spot. So I'm hoping to draw just like 100 goddamn heads today. We'll do some line warm-ups that we'll steal from yesterday. We're gonna draw like 100 goddamn heads, and then maybe spend some time using that Loomis head kind of to draw works we see in, again, various manga. We did One Piece yesterday. I think I'm gonna do Bleach today. That way, I want to go to more of a more neutral anime style. Back and forth. We're going to draw a bunch of One Piece on this channel because I love the style, and I think I can grow with the artists if I start at like chapter 1 and work my way to chapter 1000. It sounds like a fun idea, but I should do a little more. I should switch to more neutral styles. Every once in a while, right? Gunfinger says, I think it's because the joy of Bull Ultra is that it takes the get a broken build in a roguelike to a logical extreme, and you can't really do that in your first few runs. I didn't even understand that you could in the first few either. Or then you're kind of fishing for that broken build where you just make, you know, a full deck of kings, and then you just run like 5 of a kind. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. All right, let's get in the position. We can chitter chatter up about all this. No references right now, so we can hide that bad boy. But let's for the exercise. Let's pop up the chat box and the schedule. Mostly the schedule, so I can. We're gonna draft this out. Draft kind of what we're gonna do today. A deck full of kings, aka the uncommon Discord server. My man, I ain't that clever. That's good. Warm-ups, drills, and those are the line work. Loomis head, hundreds of damn heads, hundreds of heads, hundreds. We're just gonna say hundreds. Then Loomis in practice, and then something fun. So something fun. Find a piece that looks good, like we did yesterday, and do it. One of the focuses, and this is gonna be tough for me, so hard for me, is I need to draw with a correct tripod grip. Yes, my normal tripod grip, and I forgot this was a thing I do. So this is a tripod grip, 3 fingers on. Right? We had this long discussion about the tripod grip versus the overhand grip, and the overhand grip, is great for traditional art and pencils and gives you more with the pencil. But with my transition, with my hybrid, thinking I'm going to go hybrid, do some traditional art, do some digital art. All right, the tripod's correct. But yesterday I spent half of it drawing like this, and that's just my normal grip, and that thumb digs in, and I just keep pressing down on it with that finger until I cause like unnecessary thumb strain. There's a clip. I didn't say anything that crazy in the last 2 minutes, have I? Alright, 1 second. Let's see. Let's pause this. So we don't have double music going. A deck full of kings, aka the Uncommon Discord server. My man. Okay, maybe you said something clever. That's fair. That's fair. Alright, so, point being, don't crush my thumb today. Me. And, let's scoot into the cockpit here, because this thing is just the closest thing. We're gonna not draw on top of all the pages, because I pressed down too hard and it transfers over. That's why I have a board. Let's do a couple of lines in that, like, 8 style. Like, you draw over 8 times. But we really need to put the line down. We'll do a short one here and then a long one. Actually, better do two long ones. And then I'll fill the rest of the page up with the other 2 exercises, but I need dots and lines there. Do you have a style that you want to go for? I'm hoping it's one of those things that we develop our own style over time. And so I imagine it's something I can't force. So I haven't really put a lot of thought into it. My go-to is still the... Ideally, kind of a, anime manga style, right? That's what I find fun to look at. So it's going to be what I find fun to draw, right? So those black and white panels we were kind of looking at yesterday, if I could tell a whole story, I do see that. I've been watching. We'll talk about that in a second. If I could tell a whole story, the characters, the scenes, the scenery, in a good flow with a, black and white, that'd be great. Drop in there some casual painting or coloring. That's ideal, right? If I could just sit down and sketch out something nice. Fuck me. Stabbed the shit out of myself. Why? I was in my head, I imagined I had put the cap on the pen and I was tightening it up. I just jammed I don't think it broke through. Teeny tiny tattoo. Fucking, I hope that and not some kind of ink disease. Alright, does it still work? Of course it does. It's my fucking hand. Not a... So yeah, that's my style. I've always admired people who could just take a piece of paper, hash out a quick sketch that looks good, and then, add in all those awesome details. So we're going to go there. Oh, boy. All right, lines. So this first one's just 8 lines on each to warm up the hand. Tripod grips. Yeah, I was already doing it. This is going to be uncomfortable, and this is going to be some of the worst lines I've done, but we've got to start doing it right. Oh, fucking palm, man. It's just right in there. Alright, not looking like the worst. How long until I can send you a screenshot of my Elden Ring character and you can draw me a zip? See, that's a goal. That's a great idea. I mean, I could do it now, but it ain't gonna be great. Give me like 6 months. That's my optimistic goal. Is, you know, in a year, we'll see a 6 months to a year, we'll see a big difference. I mean, if I put down streaming hours into this, 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, plus whenever I'm doodling on my own, which probably less now that I've got a set time I do it, you know, on the weekend. Anyway, 36 hours a week. If I'm doing 36 hours a week, and I'm following fundamentals, like I'm trying to follow good coursework, along with, you know, fun sketches. If I keep this kind of idea up, God, I hope I see growth. That's the idea. That's the whole idea, right? That'd be interesting as a progress check. Every Friday, try something like that and keep them to compare. True. True, true, true. Something that's not a, you know, like a copy reference. I need a catchy name for it, like Fun Day Monday, Friday progress check. Whoo, all the fraying. Alright, let's see if we do better on the next one. Fan draw Friday. I would say, you know, maybe fan draw. But there's a point where you go like, I don't know if I want to sit down and draw things people want me to draw. Because if I take requests, I have to turn down request, right? If I take request, but I could see for friends. I could see for I don't know, maybe. Alright, I'm not doing any of the ghosting here. I'm just throwing down lines. Alright, let's try to do this right. That's a little better. That's a little better. Hey, Junior. Can't stay as I'm working on site, but I want to say hi. I'm so happy to see you live again. Hey, brother. Good to see you, man. Glad to have you here. Art. That's what we're doing. I feel like it would have to be a request, even if not open request, to challenge yourself. That's true. Rather, it's true that a request and not something I want to draw would be a challenge. But I think I'd have to limit it to like, I'd have to put a scope in. And, you know, draw my video game character. It sounds like a good scope. But then again, a scope also would limit what pushes and challenges me. Hit that mark. All right, let's do one of them boxes. These lions are all something fiercely terrible. Let's take our time on this box. That line wasn't confident, but it was accurate, and we want the reverse of that. Or rather, we prioritize the reverse of that. Or maybe even in my we'll talk about my goal. I always do think characters are my focus for a while. Maybe whole manga panels. I thought about that. What if I just redrew One Piece? Every panel. It from yesterday's one section of one page. That's a big ask. But I did think about that the other day. Like, I'll just start from the beginning. They'll draw the whole fucking thing. I guess the scope would have to be informed by what we're working on at the time. So if you're working on people, you do something like that. But if you're working on landscapes or still lifes, take different requests. True. And I'm definitely choosing people now because it's what I want to draw now. But there definitely will be a time where I've got to broaden. There'll be a moment where I look at my work and say, I need backgrounds, I need landscapes. Alright. That was a warm-up. We got the book over here now. Get some... Scoot out the cockpit. Start getting some supplies together. No, you're absolutely right, though. Informed on what I'm doing at the time. Throw some sketches together. Commit the things I really liked. Well, I tell you, one of my big goals at the moment is to have so much fun that I want to sit down and draw in the same way that I want to sit down and like game. Because I find drawing fun, or wouldn't be here. But I definitely like don't sit down and get like the itch to draw, the drive, right? I've got to kind of get that initial. You should probably sit down and do some art motivation. And really, that's the first big goal of this is to find that fun, find that drive, that passion. Come Halloween, I'll definitely be like, here's my friend's dog, draw her in the style of Rennie the Witch. You? Yes, let's do this. Oh. Yeah, I guess the only thing I worry about is being bombarded with too many requests, and you know that's a problem I would love to tackle. Although I did drop onto an art stream the other day, and it was like half the stream telling her what to do, and her saying I'm not doing that, and it was simple like using reference. You know, she was teaching herself to animate. Oh, buy music, buy spacebar was hit. She was teaching herself to animate, and everybody was trying to tell her how to learn how to animate, and she was just like, stop it, I just want to do my own thing. And it was just the whole stream. I need my... You know, I'm going to use this here, right, for shavings. I'm not going to keep it on the board, but we've got to sharpen the little mechanical pencil. I need places for shavings to go. Alright. So the lesson today is drawing lots of heads. Now, they're probably going to look like nothing for a while. But I wouldn't mind in the days ahead to figure out how to get this going in like a... You know, I can tell the, you know, gender of the head, or adding some hair to the head, some detail, right? But they're gonna look like big circles for a while. I'm gonna start right in the center of the page. We're gonna remember our tripod grip. We're gonna ghost out a circle. Let's do it like straight on in the center. And put down our circle. Chop off. It's a little thin already, but we chop off the sides, to the side of the head. We draw a line in the dead center. Just an easy straight on line in the center here. confident lines. I'm just the grip getting me right now. And then a jaw. So we come down. I forget how big. Is it this the size of from here to here again? Down to here? We're gonna try that. We're gonna eyeball that. Put a big jaw on it for now. That feels long. Half of that distance? Does that feel better? I might have to watch a whole Loomis head tutorial again. I watched it this morning. I thought I watched it. Well, maybe my jaw looks bad. Let's meet in the middle. Needs to be wider, maybe? Anime style, and I'm not drawing anime at all. Just getting the head down. And I don't want to keep erasing these, but I would love the first one to be correct. We have these lines here and here, and that's the head. Or maybe it was the distance between that and that. That makes sense, because this is like where the eyes go. Alright, this is the nose line. This is the mouth line. And so that distance, like that should be the same distance, right? As that. Ears are at the brow, right? They kind of come into this space. And we're gonna pull out our iPad and just maybe Pinterest has a bunch of. Maybe Pinterest on here has a bunch of pinups we can look at. I think I put Pinterest on here. I started to use it. I was like, all right, hey, which apps do people use for art? But it doesn't look like did I do it on my phone? I might have. All right, I'm just gonna do a quick Google search for Loomis head sketches so I can look at reference. Just a big old bunch of Loomis heads would be great in all directions. The most neutral looking ones I can find, at least. I did these. I can even pull up my own stuff because I was doing Loomis heads years ago. In fact, I'm gonna go look at it real quick. Let's put that on a. I guess let's choose a series of pictures first before I just set this down. I don't want anything finished. There we go. Let's. Somebody else's art. Do I have the? Is this it? It's an older sketchbook. Yeah. Loomis heads of varying qualities. And then, you know, people. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I was just doing sketches of people. Like, see, we were making some progress. At some point. Now we just gotta relearn everything. I realized maybe I don't know what each page is. I don't think I draw anything inappropriate in any of these pages. So we even dated them May of 2020. Do you plan to transition to digital drawing eventually? Or do you always do ink on paper? I plan on transitioning. The traditional nature. In my head, traditional for me is here to help me build my foundations. This sketchbook's starting to fall apart. And I would love to be able to sit down and sketch and pop out fun, quick stuff, but I do want to become a hybrid. I do want to be able to work in both mediums. I'm going to have to pick a day of the week, or, you know, weeks at a time, and kind of redo some of these lessons. This whole page just fell off. There we go. Okay. So we've done it before. We've done this before, and this isn't great. It's not a great example. So yeah, I mean, I've got the tablet. I've got the whole setup over here. A couple years ago, I bought a 16-inch art display tablet, pen display, so I can see what I draw. Alright, let's go with this one. Just a simple... Nope, I want the simple... Give me the picture. So... Oh, right. I've got to mirror this up here, don't I? Mirror tech. I've got it. You can't have it. There we go. And now we can use that reference box. I've looked at a lot of Proco's work. He's one of the places that I originally learned said Loomis had. The general idea: start with the circle. You've cut the sides off. You give it a front plane, a side plane, and it's all these lines help you get it from different angles and perspectives. So let's start. Let's just start. We're gonna keep doing this. I feel like straight on's harder. So let's try the side view, and we'll do it over to the left side. So I've got this sphere. It's got this line. I guess we cut off the plane, right? So we just a straight to the left view cuts off. You get another like circle here. Hole. That follows the line, which follows the line on the side. Which you draw. I love my description here is draw a line, draw another line, liney. This one comes in more like that. This one caves over. I'm just gonna put some down, and that's a line that splits this in half. We are just at this point we're doing the copy thing. You can see the lines, and I'm not putting it all that dark. I see the problems in the art. It's all the perspective. And that's what we're going to get back to. We're going to get back to doing this well. Let's repeat. We're going to put down so many damn heads. So let's do it from the other side. So it's less of a copy and more of the fundamentals. So we're going to go facing to the right slightly, which we get another circle here. All right, that's the chopped off side of the head. We do straight lines because we're going straight over. Not like the picture, which is actually slightly up, which was probably it was a mistake in my reading of it. This plane comes down. This line comes down, and this line comes down. That's a jaw. We get a little extension here. The jawline, right? I guess we have the center line. And then we have the nose, like we did over here, is where... Well, I guess on a straight on, it's where this circle is cut. Right? We get this cut line, and then that's the bottom of the nose, which means this line here. But from the side view, is that still correct? Is that where the nose is? Which I guess if we go side to side, like, is that? I guess that's a nose. Let's take a look. Let's draw out the shapes. Let's make sure the eyes, are they centered on the line? Yeah, you can see this. Finding the thirds. It's thirds. Yeah, okay. You can see what we were just talking about. So, 1, 2, 3. The top of the line. I see. They're coming... They're not doing this straight line as much. I guess they are doing the straight line because we're doing a exact rotation. There's no looking up or down here. And then the eyes themselves... Where do you put them? Where did they go? They just like drew the rest of the... Now draw the rest of the owl. Let's assume eyeball. How's that feel? That feels fine. That feels fine. Get the mouth kind of halfway here. Is that the art? We've done it. We know what we're... We've done it. All right. Let's go ahead and try looking. Let's try this circle. I'm just going to use the circle as a guide right now. Up and to the left. So let's put it over up and to the left on our paper. We're just looking at so many lines that there's no... Which line is the real line? I'm hiding the circle with the exploratory line. So let's do like one confident. Let's not hold my pencil like I'm going to break my thumb again. One confident line. Pretty happy with that. The thing that tells the story of the head shape is this cut out circle. This is something I've kind of got to... like the cut off side of the head. It probably needs more of this line there. You can see actually this weakness on the bottom left is apparent over here as well. This needs to come out more, but anyway, the line, this cross here, it's going to kind of set up the direction the face is, and we've got this curved line going up. All right, so we've got the circle. We get this front line here, kind of curve off the side of the chopped off segments. And we can, you know, give a draw line there. Our other invisible thirds come from... I have to see that image now. This, where is it? Right here. Has it coming like in the same shape as this. Right, so we have a third theoretically, but this way the line kind of shoots down to make this connection like this here is not what I've drawn. They're definitely like following up and finding the third like up here. But let's keep doing these circles. So to the right now. To the right and down, which we can help define by cutting off the correct side of this, you know, this sphere. Let's finish it, see where it lands, because there's some problems, but that feels too close. This is, I guess it's now looking down. I guess the cross is what we haven't done. We skipped some steps. It's like kind of outlining the direction it's going to go. So this rotation is I would say it's wrong with what I saw in the direction. So let's fix it a bit. Let's give this line. Nope. Well. That line? Lines are hard, yo. Is it more of a curve that way since it's facing down? Or is it more of a curve this way no matter what? I guess no matter what's not I think the first one. It's definitely the first one. Let's just lighten this line. The nose then is like way down here. Because the other circle, if I dot this around, you know, should be over there. There's no straight line, but well, all right. Moving on to a new head. Straight on. Circle. Chop it off the circle. Feels more natural if I just give it a kind of a rounded jaw. We can do a couple of features. I'm holding the pen in an uncomfortable but better grip. So my line quality we're going to work on while we do this. Strong, confident lines, right? Quicker, easier lines. See, this I get. Like this line, I'm good on now, right? That's our nose line. Makes this other third here the mouth line. The eyebrows, I kind of want this to be the eyebrows because I put the top of the ears there, and they generally line up with the eyebrows, right? We've got pictures. Kinda. But the ear itself, I want to say, lines up here in this quadrant. So, yeah. Yeah, outlining these as the eyes is actually the answer. This was too high. This was a halo, dude. Alright, cool. We could read this. It wouldn't even be that hard to read. It is a good write-up. Andrew Loomis's approach. Yeah, to draw the head from an angle, you first need to understand the basic structure, look past all the distracting details, and visualize the underlying forms. How about I visualize a circle? I decide that this is going to be up and to the right. Oh, because I'm having trouble with all of them. I'm going to let the guiding lines, the exploratory lines, just happen for now. This line needs to show the curvature better. This line comes out more. So yeah, exploratory lines problem is you can't really see what I'm doing, but I want to say this line is the good line, and I'm going to say that line's a good line. And now maybe it's not actually. Maybe it's actually closer into this one. Because we've got like an Iron Man head here. It's you can kind of see it come out, which means this line here was bad. Let's redo that one and kind of sketch out the head with really heavy, thick fucking guidelines. All right. I mean, I'll take it. If we curve this one over, let's see if I can find the nose. Right, like we saw the dotted line in the picture kind of curved up from there, and that's fair because this is a flat plane of the face. which would give this, you know, the eyeballs, you know, way out of whack. But let's put the nose in. Just an easy triangle. Here's the mouth-ish. It's fucked up. We'll get there. Let's find a new space on the paper. Hundreds of these. I just don't want to be putting bad habits in. It's the only problem. I mean, I'll do hundreds of these, and we'll have fun doing it. Gotta make sure we're not practicing bad habits. Like, let's do this one straight on, because the circle's terrible, right? So I gotta like find the actual circle here. And then, you know, probably stop beating myself up. There. That's probably the, you know, an important bit. Theoretically. Just kind of putting dots and circles and noses there to help visualize what I'm seeing. I'm just gonna put some circles down because we're having some bad circles. We start with this ghosting, and then I should be putting the line down, but it's not like my ghosting of the line is, you know, going circular. But let's get that motion out. We gotta spend time practicing this grip, moving the whole arm. Do some straight lines in here. Throw some Loomis heads on these circles we made. Half again, so we get kind of this eye, some nose work, and line. Or I guess the eyeballs. Aha, circles. Let's do this one looking this way. Alright, so if I can take from this line, and let's just put the plane, we'll call those the planar lines on it. Is it supposed to be, now this shape changes, yeah, based on the angle. So we need to find the actual hard edge of this circle, right? Then again, we just line over line over line until it looks like a circle. We're cheating a bunch. It kind of informs the shape of the sphere a little better, because we chopped off almost too little for the size of this head, for the size of the circle, I guess. Let's go ahead and lighten this so we know what we're working with, where we're working. There's some curve issues, you know, here. Keep that line, follow that curve that we've chopped off, right? Follow again on the far side. I mean, ideally, we've got this line here we almost completely ignored. Kind of have, I mean, it's looking. It's looking. Oh, we didn't do this line. Theoretically, this also informs so much of the head. Alright, yeah, okay. It's a thing. It's a thing. Alright, looking up and left again. See if I can match the, you know, the shape of the secondary head chop circle by doing lines. Now, the way these three lines are coming down, they are merging in a bit, and I'm going to exaggerate it some right here. Of course, we're kind of going out of order for all of this. Are we going out of order? Let's look at the steps. We draw the circle, and then we draw the z-axis, this line. No, that's not the z-axis. We just draw the circle. Then they drew the squares. Yeah. Okay, so we get here first. We're skipping this step pretty heavily. And we're going to the jaw bit. Looking left. Straight on. Is that? Straight on is straight on, right? Eyes right. Yeah, there you go. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Feels good for that to be in the past. To be a civvy. So these all kind of came in. I can see it. That's kind of there. The lines, of course, there's all these excess lines we've thrown in. It's shaping up. I feel like some of my biggest weakness here is the circles. But do a whole page of circles. That'd be a thing. It feels good to be practicing the grip, though. Gonna head straight in on that side. And this line, it comes down straight. Okay, that's what I'm maybe not seeing. So that here, this line, does follow the curvature. This one comes down straight. These, well, that's way too far in, but these come in at it. Something like that, but, you know, this line. More there. And this isn't quite centered at all. You can see there's definitely, even at the angle, right, we need to bring this line probably more out. Okay, let's keep filling up pages. That's an important bit here, is we're putting in the work. How are we doing? What are we up to today? Were you job hunting soon, Gunfingers? Was that the deal? Or is that over? Just get a quick sharpen on our pencil. Now that we flip pages. All right, let's put some circles down. Just see the exploratory circles, apparently. Let's make a good mark. Just one solid line. That's huge. All right, that'll be a big one. Big head. Oof, I actually ended up leaning the pen like that way to make that one, and I don't know why. You're talking about digital art. Maybe after lunch, we'll swap mediums and repeat these exercises in a digital format. Start getting used to the tools one thing at a time. All right. I don't really know how to do straight up. Does it show us any examples of straight up? It doesn't. Let's stick with some of the easier things then. We'll do one straight on again. Chop off the side, give a middle line. All right, middle line this way. Middle line here, or I guess I'm dividing it in thirds line. Give it the old anime chin. Ears. Nose. Give it a big old mouth. Big old smile. Anime smile. Taking some One Piece inspiration here, right? Let's see if I can freehand a Luffy. It's just got to be recognizable as Luffy. And then, what, we have like the big spiky hair. Comes up and around. And then there's a hat at some point. I feel like the hat's cheating, right? You're like, is it recognizable? Did you draw a straw hat? It's just a hat that domes around. Probably the head shape that we've already drawn. A free-handed Luffy. All right. There's definitely some work to get the style right. Loomis head. Do it again. Facing up and to the right. Which we start with the circle. Follow the line. Let's get the angle here. I don't think we're giving that plane enough curve. We should practice our spheres. Which means we're probably not giving the center line enough space either, right? Like, that's not the center line. Like, that feels closer. I don't like that curve. Maybe because it's wrong. Oof. Yeah, you can see. First, I forgot this line. Second, it doesn't curve well. Angles are tough. I mean, I can keep like exploring these lines to try to find it, but just do another head. Let's do that angle again on the big one right here. I get bad circle, so that might not be as helpful. Not that way. It's not that way. It's like that feels wrong. If I'm looking at a picture, see if I can't transpose. So because it comes up this way, it looks like it might even be here. If we look at the angles, which means let's find this center line real quick between here and here. Oh, it's not the center of this. It's, you gotta remember the face wraps around somewhere over here. That's a better line. Oof. Oof. We're gonna keep doing that with our own. It's the hard stuff. Like right here. Now this should follow this line, right? So like this should be parallel to here, kind of. And that's looking better. Now we're divided into thirds, would mean the middle line between there and there, also a parallel line as such. That looks better. That looks better. We could even try to put, you know, another Monkey D. Luffy in here and see if everything starts to line up from an angle. 'Cause that's what this is for, right? You're supposed to find the right shape of the face. Quick, thick eyebrows. Beady little eyes. Big old smile. Put the ear back here. Alright, and that informs all the hair we would do. But I think I see enough of it that I'm happy to move on to the head. To the next head. After some coffee. It's getting a little cold. We may... You know, yeah, let's take a minute. Oh, let's take a minute and heat up the coffee. Not heat it up, but get more hot piping coffee, please. It takes so long to just shift around everywhere. Disengage art pit. Coffee. Okie dokie. Let's get the art pit engaged. All right. Whew. This is a circle. Let's go left looking. Look on over here, he says. We actually probably need to be cutting off sections there too. On the left side. We're doing straight on. Left. This curves just fine. Because we have this line here that comes down. The Iron Man mask. It always makes me think of an Iron Man mask. There we go. And we find the lines. They're kind of there. I think that's some of the problem I'm having. Is like over here, this is a straight line that then needs to come down. Because I'm chopping off like this side of the head here, and this side gets truncated too. But I've been leaving it a big full circle like I did here. And that's distorting the whole thing. That's fine. We're getting there. Let's do it again over here. Let's do this one again with the proper chop. Oh my god, so many circles. Alright, this circle right there. Now, I almost have to redraw this one. But we have this curve, that's the chop. I feel like what I'm missing here. No, okay, so some of the circle does continue under here quite fairly. I want to go not this way with the line, right? Not a straight. Where does this line go? I'm trying to imagine the sphere. See, over here, in a similar way the other direction, this feels almost flat, but it's not. Wait a minute, that's not gonna give me. This is gonna work. It's lower on the left side. It's lower on the side farther away. So it's not that angle. Do I have to draw the rest of this thing to figure it out? Or is that part of the problem? My understanding of how the head is shaped here. And these are almost flat lines on this picture. Let's try to draw it with flat lines and see where it goes. Like, flat would be this. And that's wrong. Right? Alright, we're gonna go with my gut. See what happens. Find like the curved center here. Right, draw the line coming down that way. Get this line in and this line here. And this is, draw it in thirds. Right, we put those lines down. Kind of. the circle's wrong. Like, the base of this is wrong. This circle here and the big circle and the second circle. In fact, they're all kind of off. I think I would love to just start getting this bit down, making these circles look good. Because I start adding these lines, these guidelines, and I'm not sure what I'm doing. My brain's not clicking. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens. See if I get sound. If I start to play sound, I'm gonna close the reference for now. Go to YouTube. I think we go to the video actually that we were just at the website for, and I will just watch the video. That's loud. Holy shit.
Approach to drawing the head.
Okay.
Here we go.
Whew.
If we remove the ear, lips, eyes, and nose from the head, we're left with two simple masses. The first is a ball for the cranium, and the second is a boxy shape for the jaw. The cranium is spherical, but with the sides flattened, so chopping off a slice from both sides of that ball gets us a simplified but close representation of the cranial mass. When drawing the head, I'll start with the circle for the ball. And after a few failed attempts, rip out your hair, take a deep breath, and try again. But seriously, make sure that it looks like a circle and at least the height and width are the same. The oval is a bit more tricky.
Oops.
The height will always be the same no matter what angle you're drawing the head from. It's 2/3 the height of the circle. So I'll usually look at the area from the center of the circle to the top and divide that into thirds. And the top third will be where the oval begins. And the same for the bottom. The width of the oval depends on the direction the person is looking. Compare the width of the front plane to the width of the side plane. The top portion of the oval falls on the corner of the forehead. This is where the front plane meets the side plane. This area is usually rounded, so it's open to the artist's interpretation. But I found that it usually lies near the end of the eyebrow. So as I just showed, we indicate the left and right turn of the head by the width of the oval. Now we need to find the up and down tilt. This is indicated by an angle along the side plane. If the head is tilted up, the angle will point up, and if the head is tilted down, the angle will point down. The degree of the tilt will determine how steep to make this line. I like to use the angle from the ear to the brow. From there, I'll continue that line over to the front plane, and since this line represents the brow, pay attention to the angle from one brow to the other. Then draw a curve parallel to the first one, this time starting from the bottom of the oval. This represents the bottom of the nose. Drawing the same line again from the top of the oval would bring you to the hairline. Now since the face can be broken down into nearly perfect thirds, from chin to nose to brow to hair, we can use the measurements we already found to find the length down to the chin. Observe the general shape of the jaw and draw on the major angles, starting from the brow, coming down to the chin, and going around to the side plane of the head. It's usually about halfway into the oval, or a little bit further back. We've already found the side plane of the cranium. Now we need to do the same thing with the cheek and jaw area. There's a rhythm that starts at the top of the ear and curves down to the outside of the chin. Then find the center line of the face. Remember, this is the
I've just
center
been doing
of
this
the front
portion
plane,
wrong.
not the center of the whole head width. And finish with the neck. Now that we have the foundation of the head established, we can finish it by putting in all the features. Eyes, nose, lips, ear, hair, jaw, cheeks, chin.
Glad we took a moment.
Don't worry, I'll explain this step in
Yeah,
more
finish the
detail
rest of the
in another
drawing, yeah.
video.
Rest of the
Each
owl.
feature deserves its own tutorial. This approach is really good to establish the perspective of the head. A good exercise is to try to think about the head as a simple, elongated box. The angles on the front plane of the face, such as hairline, brow line, nostrils, lips, and chin, will be the same as the angles on the front plane of the box. The angle from the brow line to the ear is the same as the angle on the side plane of the box. These angles are really important because they establish the head as a three-dimensional form in space. Let's go through that one more time.
I feel like you should be drawing
Start with a
boxes
circle
now.
for the cranium.
That was
Oval
yesterday.
For the side plane of the head. Angle to show the person is looking up or down. Draw an identical curve to find the nose. And double that distance to find the chin. Attach the jaw and you have a three-dimensional representation of the head, ready for the features.
Okay, that.
At first, this
We could
approach
do
might
that.
seem a bit technical with a lot of important details to remember, but once you get the hang of it, it actually becomes really easy. So get that sketchbook out and practice this 100 times with various angles.
Hey, hundreds of heads.
Did you like this video? Your friends might too. Please help me out and share on your favorite social network.
Okay, cool. Cool. Is that the method he does? See this bit? This bit right here. He's doing in the art the way I remember, which was this line. Here, we can draw this. So he's. The video says, and I guess we have to get another circle out. All right, we cut that plane a bit. We get the line. This is a slight tilt, it feels like. Anyway. This line comes down. Maybe not that sharp of an angle. But here in the diagram, he's showing kind of this jawline. But in the video, he was showing like this jawline. Not to mention, you know, obviously we've tilted this whole head, we've not tilted the face at all. But you see my point, I think. I mean, this is now more like whatever. Oh, all right. So, do I need another video? I'm gonna look at one more Loomis video. Let's go ahead. I don't trust my iPad yet for like full display for everyone. So we're like alt tabbing real quick to. Nah, this one was like fucking AI. I looked at it earlier today. Anyway, not super confident yet on just full-time display of iPad. This guy's got like 17 minutes of video.
Hi guys, my name's Marcel, and if you look at the Loomis method like this, it's obviously looking very complicated, and that's coming from the guy who grew up
course,
speaking
number one
this
comment in
language,
down
so
there.
you know I'm aware what complicated means. But don't worry, because as you guys know, I animate all of my videos just so that y'all understand all of this a lot better. And judging by your
guy's also
reactions
pretty
I
good.
got
Let's
from
see.
my Instagram reels about the Loomis method so far, it seems like today's video will be a pretty reliable way of teaching you on how this works. Pretty sure you will understand how to draw a Loomis head after this video. So I will first explain to you how this method works as foolproof as I can, and then there's gonna be a step-by-step way you can draw along. The only thing I would ask of you would be to give this video a like. Animating all of this by yourself isn't a joke, so I would really appreciate that. Enough talking, let's get
If
drawing.
you ask, I remember.
Like a
That's why they ask.
Alright, pretty sure you have seen a Loomis head before. It's this head with the circles on each
Yeah,
side.
he's doing the thing that was explained in the last
Loomis
video
method
too.
is a method that is very closely orientated to the human skull. And a human skull isn't actually a perfect circle if you take a closer look at it. And that's exactly why you cut off these parts on the right and on the left side. And after you have added these crosshair guidelines, you are actually done with the base. The trick here is to add these crosshairs to each side though, like not only the front but also to the sides. Because that way you now have an incredibly powerful base. With this method you do not have to be afraid that your facial features are going to be completely off or have the wrong proportions. And that's all because of the circle on the side that you have seen before. That's what makes the Loomis method so genius, because you immediately know where your hairline starts, you know the height at which your brow line starts, you know where your nose ends. All of these points are right there, and since they all have the same spacing, you also know the height at which your chin is located, aka where your face ends. It's all like one big giant puzzle. And if you have drawn this base correctly and with the right proportions, you basically have all of your puzzle pieces ready. You just have to place them into your base. The easiest example would be the ear. Your ear belongs in this quarter right here. And your nose, well, I literally told you where it would belong before, so you already have an indicator on where that belongs. And I can already feel you sitting there being like, the rest is obvious, and I don't even need to explain anything, because you can connect the dots already. I don't have to tell you that lips exist, so yeah, guess you will be able to figure that one out yourself. And connecting the
rotate this one in 3D, I dare
also
you.
Doesn't require you to be like Da Vinci himself. And like I said before, there's a guideline for the brow line, so that's also kind of self-explanatory. And maybe now you've seen what makes this method so genius. I've just been able to puzzle together a whole face shape.
I guess the side profile, I understand.
These guidelines as well as a guide. The only thing
It's that rotation in
have to
3D
nail
space.
in order to get to this part here is this simple base from the beginning. And this inner circle right here that you could see should be about 2/3 of the main circle.
Yeah, okay, we heard that
Because,
before.
Well, obviously, if you are drawing these guidelines too big or too small, that would lead to your facial features also having the wrong proportions. Now, I have been explaining this from the side view because, in my humble opinion,
Maybe actually start
that's
pulling out a ruler.
not only the easiest perspective to draw a face shape, but also to understand this whole topic. But in case you were wondering on how this works from the front, the very same things apply here as well. After all, these guidelines have to be the exact same height no matter at which perspective you look at them. So, same goes from this perspective. You can easily make out the hairline and the end of the nose from where we cut off the circle again. There is also the guideline for your brows right here in the middle, and again, if you look at the spacing of these, you could easily add the fourth one just by adding another line for the chin. Like I said, they just
Same
have the
distance,
same
right?
space.
Breaks in the thirds.
Again, a pretty easy face shape just by filling in the blanks with this simple base. Now, Andrew Loomis was kind of a tryhard with this, so when drawing a basic Loomis head, you could totally go ahead and use his measurements, but there's always the question of how important this actually is when people sometimes have different eyes and other facial features, and even Loomis himself was a fan of diversifying faces and not always just perfectly measuring every feature. After all, if you would draw a real-life person, you would always have to measure their proportions manually anyways. All in all, I would recommend giving his original book a read. It's like
This is a fairly new video.
by now, so
That
I
that
don't
was the
think
One
it's
Piece live
much of
action.
a problem now if I provide you guys with a download to the PDF. There's gonna be a download link at the end of the video. TLDR, I think this is a bit much, but if you want to learn all of these guidelines by heart, all the more power to you. Now, there is still one thing that you are probably wondering about, and that is how to draw this face in perspective.
There it
You
is.
could easily nail drawing the front and side view in no time, but like with every drawing in perspective, this is where it gets tricky. Because in order to understand where to place these features in a 3D space, your guidelines would also have to be 3D in order for you to do that. It always looks a bit more complicated than it actually is. You have your usual 2D guidelines, and then you just gotta have them intersect with the guidelines from the front. It's not impossible or something, but yeah, if you're like a total beginner, this could be a bit too much for you at first.
Hello.
Because now you would also have to draw these facial features in a 3D space as well. And in order to hammer home the point even more, and by point I mean this right here, there's actually this polygon looking at that Loomis came up with, and having these planes in mind could help you maybe understanding a face in 3D better. But my personal opinion on the matter is that from here on out, it's all actually
Practice?
practice. There's
Yeah.
no real shortcut for all of this.
Okay.
If you're kind of able
So
to
this
draw
box in
decent
3D space helps me
figures,
think
practicing
about
this face daily for a couple of days or weeks
this
is going to make you better at it.
perspective a
So
little
yeah,
more.
I don't think there's much of a shortcut for learning this. But yeah, if you want to learn how to draw faces in perspective perfectly,
There's like another half
go
of this
ahead
video
and
left.
learn this polygon head by heart. Oh, and also there's an advanced version. Yeah, have fun with that. Now, all of that was a lot of input, but now that you've hopefully understood all of it, let's give it a shot by actually drawing a Loomis head.
Okay.
Alright, let's...
I'll take his word for it on the other bit. These are the circles I think I'm having the most problems with now. Obviously, making a good circle is probably the first big issue to tackle. Do a whole page of circles. We should do a whole page of circles. We'll do it after this. Or we'll do it on the left side of this. I have multiple sides to the sketchbook. Alright, here's the idea. So when you're practicing circles, you can't just put a circle down, right? You're trying to... you need to make a very specific circle. Like, you gotta have a left and right limit. So I'm going to accomplish this by putting guidelines on the page. You know, at a couple different angles, but mostly a couple different sizes. That's the idea here. And when you draw the circle, it should touch the top, the bottom line, as perfect as you can, and the circles next to it. So that's why we're putting these lines down. This will give me some more time on my tripod grip as well. Same thing as before with the ghosting method, though. We start with the circle, right? And we do this, like, we wait. This is like rehearsal, right? We're rehearsing the circle. Now, if I'm doing it well, we do it with the black marker so you guys can see it. If I'm doing it well, it's not a sketch line like this, and we don't want to, like, you know, this here we wouldn't want to, like, you know, throw down too many lines. So 1 full rotation, 1.5 to 2 full rotations, and then we stop. I have problems, I feel like, when I start my circle on the side, and I think I want to try getting it going left to right along the top when I put the pen down. And even then, it's a very janky. Whoo! Sorry, we're gonna fill this whole page up. Yeah, you can see completely missing the segment here. I'm letting my palm I have my palm, like my pinky knuckle, drag, hoping for to steady my hand. Don't know if that's a good answer. They do say that after lines come shapes. Yeah. If I can't drag my hand, this is harder. Especially that was like all fingers. That wasn't even wrist circles. We're trying to do whole arm circles here. Whew. It looks more like a potato than a circle. But I guess that's why we're practicing. And see if I can stay on it, you can see like a circle seems obvious now. The imperfections are hidden by all the lines. And the average of all the lines is a circle. That one's fine. That looks fine. This is a good exercise, but it's definitely taking the pressure off of performing right now. That's the one bit about streaming. It took a while to decide to stream the art, and I've had this idea several times. But, you know, doing bad art live in front of people, even with a heavy asterisk that my art is bad, it's stressful. Anxiety. Let's pause between those circles. We're getting to a rhythm of bad circles. So I can even take moments and like come over here where we've got more circles. And try to find spaces where we can fit them. As long as there's guidelines to know if you've done it good or not. Of course, we're overlapping crazily. Not pausing in between each one, and this one's going to be hand up. We're on the far, all this edge I'm leaving blank because I don't have a paper to guide it. Let's do it. I don't have a paper to leave my hand on. Do a half one, and then fill it in. I don't know if faster or slower. I mean, ideally, I think faster and confident lines are going to be the answer here. But where's that confidence coming from, sir? I'm gonna get us next circle right here. See the circle? Fuck it up. Let me just get some rotations on. Whew. What's on the other side of this? More Loomis, and Luffy shows through. We really inked up out of that paper. Alright, let's do a couple more just rotations on some of these circles. Just getting the arm moving. Alright. You know what we didn't do? We haven't done yet. Number any of this. I mean, it's gonna be real nice. One of the reasons we're doing one whole book is I'm gonna love. Oh no! I think my book did that. Anyway, I'm gonna love to look back and just see the progress. So let's put little day markers up there. All right, Loomis, your head or whatever. Let's get back to you. Any messages? My phone's going. All these things to distract. I'm just putting work down on the paper to be judged. It's this thing where it's real easy to do circles for me. Like line circles. Oh, I'm practicing circles. The ego. Definitely not attached to that. But this, even this, where there's a correct answer, I've got to get over the little bit of anxiety. This one here. Let's chop this one straight down the middle. Chop off the sides at approximately 2/3. All right, that's what they were saying. So this line here, the chop mark is about 1.5 inches, which should make the whole circle about 2 inches. That's a pretty good eye. That is 1/3, which makes this guideline good, which makes this guideline good, right down the middle. This one we kind of knew, but we do another, like, eyeball the bottom there. And we knew, I think we just knew, we knew this, right? Like this was this nose, right? The brow. We were fine. Even if it looks kind of blocky right now, right? It's an outline. Where our problem comes in when we're slightly off. So this circle, I don't want to, this is one thing I want to be able to eyeball. I don't want to like be bringing the measurements over regularly. But at this angle, I think we have to cut off a significant chunk. Fix that top line, maybe? Now, the way we just watched them do it. Straight on. Just make the center line. Bring this down. Oh, wait, the guidelines, right? So, same line here. Oh, one good line. Let's not explore this that way. And then another line here. Come down from, not the center of this line, but the center of the face, which is about there. Now we've seen that curve. And aside from this line here being pretty rough, we scratch it out, right? That looks better. That's an improvement. We didn't even like do this half line. We just kind of guessed, didn't we? Which would bring that more into line, which is a jaw shape we can draw rather than a straight line. But we see where we need to work. All right, down here, let's fix this circle somehow by, you know, drawing repeatedly circles on it and finding it with our exploratory circle lines. This piano's going. All right, let's go up and to the left. If I can visualize this circle, it gets cut right about there. This is a line. Like that. Now, the way this kind of moves, this is just parallel with the top line here, kind of. Roughly and terribly. Let's get the angle better. Scratch over it. Look good eventually, right? Which is the same angle now we do here. Maybe this is how I do the angle. We find the bottom where the chin should be. All right, we come up a bit, like in an angle here, and then we match the curve. We give the curve and the angle, but the idea is this line and what is this line matches those curves. We find the front of the head. We match this curve here to it. Wraps up and over. Now, is this where we go flat, straight line here? Which should let us, I mean, the angle's kind of wrong. It should match this line. So this line here and this line there. Now, if we have the first method of the face, we kind of just draw kind of like that, but we didn't break this in the third yet, did we? So 1, 2, oh, I guess it's about there. We got to match the line. Finding this angle, finding that line is important. We got a lot of chicken scratch in there, but if we commit to this line, I think that's fine. There's not a science to this one. We kind of chicken scratch our way through that. Let's erase all the lines we think are incorrect. Let's see what we have. Better, but this area in here, I'm going to highlight it in red. Now this area here most unsure of. Now, peering back, it looks better than anything we've done so far. We could probably see indent for the line there and more of a curve. But generally, I think I like it. When we say the nose, you know, it's right about here. The brows are up here. We even have a curvature to the face kind of with it. I cut this in half. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Red pen. Take notes. Love it. Feels real official when you start putting notes in a sketchbook. We're learning lessons. We're learning lessons. I don't know if we're getting fourth cup of coffee or we're switching off of caffeine. But we are switching pages. Okay. Circles. I think putting the circles down first helps. But let's not do them as big. Let's do a bunch of smaller Loomis heads. Get the pencil grip right. I think I need to give them a little more space. But if we're going to do hundreds of heads, I can't take up hundreds of pages. And who knows if this is enough size to practice on. But this ain't I know how to draw, so come watch me. So, here we are. Bum 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 bum. All right, top right. Let's do. This feels looking left. I just gave it an angle. Let's carve out the other side. Let it go that way, which means I guess it kind of follows the angle here, which means we have a line, kind of a line there. Kind of imagining that box plane now, which means we have a line about there for the jaw. I don't think it's looking up as much as I want it to. I also didn't give it a center line. And that might have helped. That would have helped inform the left side a bit better. So let's do that exact circle again, and we'll try it better. So, that exact head again. All right. I think the circle's important, and we need to spend more time on that, but for now, give that a bit of a bend. It matches the top of the curve. Line here, and then a bend to match. We go, what if we go straight down? I guess it's a straight line, but it needs to match this line, right? We give that curve, bring it in. I think that's what we were missing here, is this line and this line need to be more parallel, and they're not. And I'm guessing. And I'm looking, and it feels correct. Let's do it one more time. Let's do that angle one more time. This is more of a squat head. Shave off the other side a bit. Give it the quick rundown. That line. That line. Hey, I even gave myself a neck accidentally on the left side there. We can fill that in. And we can, you start adding those details, and it looks a little bit like a goddamn head. A little bit. We're getting there. Only like 85 more heads to go. Here, let's we can kill the reference now. In fact, while we're at it, let's just get rid of the schedule and the chat, and we'll just get this in full display. And I think what we're going to do on the side... Oh, let's turn that down. Haha. I'm going to auto-battle some Pokemon on the side, because there's an event underway. And I need to auto-battle. Alright. So, I think I just want to continue looking kind of left and up on this top line. I want to repeat this a few times. And we have to kind of fix our circle every time we see it. Chops off. Perspective line. Follows the curve here. This is what I was missing, I think, before. It's one of the things I was missing. This line is nice. Goes that way. I think I've definitely screwed that one up a bit. But that's why we're doing multiple lines, multiple little dudes on the top row. That doesn't follow the same arc. Let's follow the same arc. Let's follow the same line. A little bit of an ear here. We got the jawline. Okay, it's coming together. That's a little better. If we were to, give that a little detail there. Maybe do the detail in red so it's visible. Alright, let's redraw this circle a little better. Let's get this inner circle again, looking a little bit left and up. Fix that line. This line and this line. That's helpful. Seeing kind of where the lines, where they should be lining up to, is helping. If not, coming out a little wonky, I think, but like what to do on this left side. This is the circle theoretically, so we bring it to here. So this is still... I think I'm collapsing in way too much over here. Like this is the circle we're supposed to have, and we're putting a line there to chop it, or I guess we're using this kind of angle there. Is that the angle? Yeah, the angle should kind of match. And then this chopping point here, this line's not correct. It needs to be straight line matching this here, and then it comes over. All right. Analysis. Tiny squat circle. Undo. I'm gonna do a bunch of these digitally today. I'm still probably gonna freehand them all, but we could just use the circle tool. That looks squat as hell. Alright. We'll see where this takes us. See this line to there. Then we get this. Make sure it's the full circle. This line here cuts it in half, but then we follow this, right? Like, even that's kind of the wrong angle. And this is where I think I'm starting to fall apart on this perspective. Again, this area over on the left. I think I want the chin to that one, and then this line here. Here, let's put some red ink to that and see if I can't highlight some problems. So, theoretically, these are the lines, and I immediately do a bad line. We do a nose, mouth, right? We have the brow, little beady eyes. What he's not doing, this is the problem, is this angle here, probably something up there, even more. Like rounded. I need multiple marker colors. I keep writing red over red to highlight, and then the red disappears. So yeah, the original circle. This is cool. It's got a little itty bitty. I can't even show it. Little bead on the tip. Saves ink, I guess. We'll do a quick display of these pen colors. Let's see how they show up. Got a purple. Got a green. Little nub on the end, which I realize now I threw the that is not a good color for the camera. I threw the tip on the ground. I'm never gonna find it. A blue maybe? I think blue and red. 2 colors is enough. Okay. One more. We'll do one more and we'll use the restroom. Let's sharpen this bad boy. Not too sharp. Not too dull. Alright, fix the circle. Give it the edge, and that I'm creating more circles while I do this. So we gotta find the correct one. Great guidelines. They're just so many of them. So that feels a little better. We give ourselves this plane to work with. So I draw the line to it, and then we follow the arc. Which is theoretically that same line, and that's a rough curve in. And as you have caved in this side when it should probably be, well, a circle. Let's continue. So we are looking up, which means this line perpendicular, or parallel, excuse me, and we have a chin. About that distance away. And see, because of this line, and the way that, like, this section, here, I have pens for this. Let's finish the face and then critique it. Because there's some things I'm seeing. If we come in, drop this down, right? The idea would be that, and that's where we get kind of collapsed. Did I get rid of red? I did. Red's still the best color to start with. This line here, I'm almost certain, parallel here, which on this side of the face, works wonders. But what I've been doing is too much collapsing in there because of the angle of the circle. So let's see if we can like pull this circle out more. If this was out, would that be a better line? This would have to come all the way across. I mean, now it's kind of hard to see because I've got so many scribbles all over it, but let's take away some not ink. Kind of put some of these guidelines back, but we lost a bunch of them. Let's, all right, that one. And it might just be this central line that's going right to left. That might be a huge problem. But let's see if we can't continue to fix that down here. I'm gonna use the latrine now, so we'll be right back. Let's get this bad boy on the Loomis page. Undo the art pit. Okie doke. Alright. Use the bathroom, even refresh a drink. I'm gonna finish off. I gotta finish off the coffee, but we're gonna stop drinking the coffee. A little cold, which is great if you want a cold drink. Here's what this one now is. Sparkling water. Black raspberry. We've shifted not entirely away from all the diet sodas. And not that this is necessarily any better than a diet soda. But it's a hell of a lot cheaper. Alright. So one of the things I'm seeing, of course we're talking about a bunch, is my circles are bad, so the base of everything's kind of bad. And then specifically this left side I'm having problems with. Now, maybe the line here. Okay. Okay, here's something I've just seen. So if we do the circle, and we'll do this one here. We do this one's a pretty big side profile, which may be part of the problem, but we do our line. Vertical slice, horizontal slice. Okay, that's a pretty good start. We've been doing this bit right here. Now this isn't a perfect curve compared to the top, but it's generally generally curved. Nope, not even a good angle there. Generally curved, and then just completely wrong. Okay, here's the lesson. We have been finding the center pretty well. And following this line perpendicular. Is this perpendicular? Not perfectly. There is a bit. There's a bit of a inward line, but it ain't that. Is it that big? It's subtle. It's more subtle than I think I've drawn. But what I have been doing incorrectly is as I find, say, this line here. Alright, that's how we're marking our thirds. Right about there. I've been trying to come down from this point rather than this point, which is what I just saw over here. So this line, it extends a bit, gives us a jaw. And then comes from there, which this one also comes from to make said jaw in this photo. What we've seen a couple of times done different. Like we've seen it curl up, but as a guideline, that's pretty good. Now there doesn't seem to be an art to this jaw. Just give it a slight jaw-like curve. And there we go. That's pretty good. think that came together a little better. Now, what's interesting is we were looking at this reference, and that is not the angle in which things came together. And I still think one of my issues is going to remain those two angles. In fact, looking at all of these examples, there is no direct correlation between them, other than, I guess, in a box. If you envision this as a box, correlation? Yeah, correlation. There's no, like, they're not parallel to each other like I was talking myself through. But the idea is, I guess, if they're in a box, can I draw a box? Can I draw this box? Well, this box is tilted, so maybe? The perspective here is... crazy bad. Boxes. Not even once. Yeah, that's something. Alright, we'll go back to... let's put some more heads down. I'm gonna start going the other way now. Now this line, if we envision the box, plane of the face, it's almost easier to draw this one. This almost feels... here's a curve. Circle's bad, so that's a fucking rough foundation. But let's finish this off in thirds. Give that the nose and the mouth. It's a little bit of a bigger chin. But it comes together. I think I just need to do the alphabet one day in this grip. I keep finding my thumb tucked under. Oh yeah, there's some problems there. There are some problems. But let's keep going. Bunches of big old circles. We're gonna be super lazy with the circles on this one. I say super lazy in that we're gonna like keep darkening them to find our edges while I hold the pencil in the tripod grip. This curve gets me a bunch, but I did find it helpful to put down this line. No, I'm finding this rough. That's so this line should be straight, and then over. I didn't find that straight away. That's definitely not a center line. for this sphere. It's more like that. With the brow, not a brow, a nose, mouth. Maybe give that a little bit of a chin. Oh gosh, that's something. Okay. So we're gonna ignore these two circles because that's really close. We'll do a third circle. So let's pull off some of the pencil. Some of the markings. We want good marks. Let's see an email. Bum, bum, bum. Cool. We're gonna go just looking to the right. Easy right. I don't know how much of the circle we cut off there, but probably this good line. And if it's straight, right? Like this whole line here matters. Let's take that and erase some of the bad marks. Let's try to make this flow. We're looking a little more like there. Let's get our kind of guideline there. It always looks like an Iron Man face, if you will. But they come in to like a point. They come into a chin. I think definitely, I'm super unsure with that line, but I can't curve that out anymore. That's got to come in here. I think the unsurety is the centering of the vertical line. So it's like move it over to the left more, and then this line, straight line. Right, straight line. Ooh, I could see the bad perspective, right? And it's put the brow down, right? So we can visualize kind of where this all kind of goes wrong. Well, let's put an ink to it so I can. Let's put red ink to it so I can really. I think it's these curves, just starting with a bad circle, really warps the whole thing. Oh well. Practice. Let's get another circle then. If it's a bad circle, we just gotta make better circles. Almost feels like it should be a tire. I think that's too flat on the top and the bottom to be true. Give those vertical lines. I see the camera keeps flickering at me. Oh, that's going to be an bad experience. But I don't think getting a new camera right now is the play. Spent enough money on this stream. This line, that line. So if we really were doing the jaw from here, okay, all right, better, I think. Still trying to do it with this pencil grip, so the lines are still rougher, but you know, we give that the eyes, eyebrows, put the nose in, the mouth where it's supposed to be. All right, a little bit of ear. Oh, a little bit of ear. Oh my gosh, markings. Markings are hard. You know what? Leave it. Leave it. Bad ear. I gotta give it to the Stream Beats playlist. I think it's a good service. And clearly, you know, not free, you pay for it with ads, but I've got the YouTube Premium. So I'm taking advantage of it. Taking advantage of the things I have. Which is why this isn't Spotify, which is a much larger collection. Anyway, point being, it's this nice lo-fi with occasionally, you know, I think it might all be video game music that's been, you know, remixed. But it's nice to occasionally hear a rhythm you know. Kinda nice. I feel like we should do boxes after looking at that box. Perspective day. I mean, we're still in lines. Shapes and lines. Loomis is kind of my way of doing fun shapes and lines. Because you can start to see things in it. Little beady-eyed dudes. Approximately a third. Just gonna rough sketch this one. This is still a straight line. Gives us this guideline. Vertical. Kind of in. Even done fast, you gotta, so many things to see. Like, for example, is that 1/3, 1/3? It might be, actually. Hey, Mad Boy. Bad circle. But otherwise, hairline's up here, right? Mad Boy. It looks a little, maybe a little bit more of a jawline than, you know, you kind of want him to have, but there you go, my art style currently. All right, let's do a bigger circle than what we have on the paper here. Yeah, too many of these searching lines, but I give it time. I think this has to be bigger now. Theoretically, this is straight line. It's like, is this the right angle for the circle? Do another line. About a third down. About halfway. He's just mad boy all the time. Alright. Alright. We got the shape from that angle. Let's try a different angle. Let's try... what do we have a good example of? Looking down and to the left. So this one leaves more up top than it does at the bottom. Probably need to bring out the left edge of the circle, but it still follows this line. Let's erase some of the excess here and get a good, clean I'd say good clean circle, but a cleaner circle. Now this line here is the center line we've been using. And we have this more, I guess we need to find the guidelines we've been finding, but from a different angle. So this line comes over and then under, which gives us a chin. If we break that into thirds, about there. That's a little big, but we'll do with it. Follow this outer line out. Let's rotate the paper for a better line. There we go. Now this one, if I'm watching this line, the center line, how it comes down, I'm gonna say that feels right. But it's tough to say. I think the big issue I'm having, looking at this, is the direction of this line and this line here. Now, on the page, on the reference, there is an angle. It might not be that severe, but there is an angle. I do think the proper line, and we'll say if we change the right one, is closer to that, which would bring this to here. Which would what? Bring all of this can't sketch with the pen, really. I should keep that in mind. Oh, that's a mess. All right, next. We'll just keep working on that angle. Because I think we did see progress at the other angle. Just gonna do a quick light one on this one, I guess. Really, the circle's rough here. That's more like a snail's shell than anything. We could guide these in. Just get the basics of it. salvage what we can, but recognize that we set ourselves some bad searching lines. Not terrible. I mean, draw our angry boy real quick using these lines. Little puffed out cheeks. Bring him in a bit. Alright, we got the hairline, no angry guy. I'm an artiste. All right. Try that angle again. Again, let's remove some of these smaller circle marks. I don't think pre-planning the circles helped so much, except like the top of the page I liked. I think we can do that more often, but you know, let's we needed more room once we start dissecting this a bit. I'm not even doing the... That's not even looking down the way I want it to. I'm taking a better look at the reference photo. Because this is the brow right here. We want the that line kind of there. Maybe even more in here. Match the flow. And the circle's all bad. Here it's a little flat. Probably even farther in. No, that so many lines. All right, stop with the exploratory scratches. I gotta commit to where things are so I can see my mistakes. Yeah, and see there's a split right there, and so we gotta commit to one of those lines. I've got this one, that one. Now this, and here's what we've been kind of doing wrong. We break that into thirds. Like, this is the eye line. Like, this is where we would, you know, angry boy. It's squished, but I think that's a lot of it's a lot of this angle, and you know, bad circle work. Bad circle angry boy. Okay, keep going. Good circle, maybe. Say this. Bad circle. If I keep adding darker marks, clearly that's gonna be a better circle. Is it hidden from me? It is. So this line, this nose line there, is not on the circle, and that's appropriate. The line itself, this one, we're kind of going off the page here, but comes in at an angle, and then wraps up and around, right? Because this is the plane, this is the box of the face. Which goes, of course, deeper than this. But we run out of page, we run out of... Oh, I mean, this isn't even the right, you know, the kind of line for this. Alright, whew. Whole thing's screwy. Let's do a smaller one. Like, see, that's not a circle that matches with the rest of the circle. So we start to put things down. I don't even know what kind of lines up here. Because I see this jaw back here lines with this. And then we have been like running it straight to here. But that doesn't work because this whole thing needs to be this portion here needs better lines that way, which I think works a whole lot better now. Now that's not even the... Yeah, that is the nose. This is the brow line somewhere in there. If you had, if you had more lines, of course, you hide everything from yourself. Then your mistakes. But hey, in progress. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's do one more good take our time head. And then I'll take a lunch break. Throw down a sandwich and some chips. We'll come back. Short 5-10 minute break like we normally do. So, feel like the circle isn't super important, but I don't have a lot of room to put a big one down and then have room to play with. Let's go ahead and do a straight on. Alright, we can frame this. Super easy, right? He ain't so angry this time. But we get ourselves, you know, the proportions in the right spot. The rest of this is art. Which, you know, we're still working on. would be another eyeline or another hairline, right? So you get all this, and then another third up, kind of framing this line. Bam, and we, whatever kind of jaw we're doing here, we've got ourselves a really long, thin one. I think the proportions we sketched out just super quick there, right? I don't think that and that are the same. This is longer. We would probably move it up to about there. This gives us just a more in proportion chin. Cool. I don't know why we're like continuing to sketch with colors, but adding colors here makes me think I'm doing something. Makes me think I'm doing art stuff. You can see color. Take that, color theory. I've already defeated you. No, not at all. Bow, bow, bow. That's music, though. Scoot up. Get out of my little art pod. So yeah, we're gonna make a quick sandwich. Gonna knead on my eraser a bit. What do we have here? Combo screen. It's not really a combo screen anymore. There's always some, like, when setting up these scenes, like this used to have a game on the right side, but I've switched the game stuff around to be the whiteboard. But then the whiteboard was bigger, and then I switched over here, and it was big, and if I changed over here, it changed over there, and there's little bits of, like, sometimes it's a reference, sometimes it's a whole new object that I think I'm tangled in with, like, the dozen scenes I have available. So we just removed it, and that's what we have right here. Yeah, quick lunch. Put my kneaded eraser down, and we'll be back, guys. Stay tuned for... I guess this is the bit where I do something fun. So we're gonna find something to draw. I did say we'd do digital. But maybe not. I'll think about it while I eat. Burb. Okie dokie. Welcome back, me. And you. Maybe you. Definitely me. Whew. We are... Had a good lunch. Had a little bit of a scare. We lost water pressure momentarily when I was brushing my teeth. But it seemed to come back pretty quick. Ooh. Get that hair doing its thing. Long hair is great. Everybody should try it. At least once. That being said, my mirroring has turned off, so we're gonna fix that real quick. We have to restart the mirror program. It went to sleep. That's fine. I got this set up for Pokemon Pocket when it came out, and it's been great to have. It's been, suddenly it's useful for something other than playing Pokemon Pocket. But let's jump over back to the art scene. We've got our reference, which is really just our iPad, which we could draw on. I've got so many options for art. I just buy things. I've got way too much. Way too many. I won't even say art supplies, art tools. We'll say art tools. For the amount of time I've put into this. People ask the question, and I'm on the forums looking at topics such as which art tablet to buy, right? Preferences between computer art tablets or iPad art tablets. What generally people think. And interestingly enough, the answers are just as varied as there are people. People use what they have, or they use what they, their job calls for. But oftentimes, what you'll hear or see is people saying, "Hey, I've been using like this type of tablet for the last 10 years. I'm thinking about upgrading to this kind of like graphics tablet. What are the opinions?" There's very rarely somebody who's like, "I'm gonna buy my third art tool. My budget is, doesn't matter. Should I get, a 16-inch pen display for my art? I don't draw at all, but I would like to try. Let me just grab a $600 bop." That's the story of this table. Got it last Christmas. I really wanted something to draw on. That wasn't a desk. I wanted an angle. But why? It's not like I've been drawing bent over, hunched over a desk for 10 years. And needed to fix my posture. We're just starting with the drafting board, which I was touching a lot of eraser bits on that right now. Don't get me wrong, this is nice. I've got my traditional setup with, I'd say a beginner amount of pencils and pens. I've got the iPad, which we could draw on, but we're literally just using to display our references. And I've got a nice little tab. It's awesome. I love it. But we gotta draw more we have to draw more to make it worth, because I feel like they're worth it. I love them. But I'm already eyeballing a bigger tablet. And maybe I should use the one I have for something other. Right now it's a second monitor. It has been a second monitor for about a year now, since I got this new big monitor above it. I've got a widescreen above it. I couldn't fit any of my other monitors on the desk in a nice place, so the tablet fit nicely under. The 16-inch tablet fit nicely under it for a second monitor. And, it's for art. Nope, second monitor. Which I'm starting to notice is starting to, bleed through things, and it's starting to burn a little bit. Like, if I draw on it, white background, black ink, leave it on for 30 minutes to an hour, close that application, I will still see remnants of what I've drawn. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh man, maybe I just need to get another tablet. Maybe I'll get a Wacom. Those things are expensive. I don't need that. I can still use this. A little bit of burn on the tablet. It's not going to hurt me. Just drawing it. We're ranting. We're not drawing. So, we drew a bunch of things. And we're going to do something fun. Something I want to do. Still kind of deciding what that is. But I figure we'll pull up Shonen Jump again. And we'll pick something. And we'll draw it. That's how we draw, right? We'll pick something and I'll draw it. I got a lot of great options here, things I enjoy. You can see continue reading One Piece. I've been using that a lot for the arts. Looked around at some Demon Slayer, drew some Demon Slayer the other day. Should not really touch Food Wars. Especially on stream. That one's a little bit crazy. Bleach seems like a fun one. There's a lot of good Bleach panels, right? A lot of good Bleach art. Chainsaw Man's good. Definitely a lot of really cool Chainsaw Man bits. You know what? Let's look at Chainsaw Man. Now, last chapter I read was 112. I'm going to pick a chapter and we're going to kind of peek through it. That one, I remember the bat bit. He fought the bat guy. But maybe nothing... Ooh, that's nice. A lot of black in there. He's killing the bat guy. Did we... That's 8. We want to go farther back. I don't even know... I know there's like parts in this manga that are maybe not terribly stream appropriate. But we just need to find a good shot. I really should have picked... This might be dated. I can just paddling through Chainsaw Man. But there's some good shots in earlier chapters. We can find them. I recently read all of the first segment after watching a good chunk of the show. Just waiting for something to jump out at me, but so many of these are good. Like taking a big action shot might not be choosing a good action shot might be the wrong call. Right? Pick something a little more basic, like an introduction of a character. Nope. Maybe we can even Loomis head the thing. Okay, it's freaking out. Let's try again. Chapter 2? How does chapter 2 start? I know the end of chapter 1 has him like transforming, and there's probably a really cool shot of that. But maybe not start with the head of a chainsaw. Maybe a person. We've been drawing person heads. Well, if it doesn't matter. It might not matter. I mean, like, that's really cool. Chainsaw Man's got a lot of good art. It's in chapter 11. He had the big bat fight. Being super picky. I'm looking for something that's a pretty good reference. Yeah, it's not terrible. Like a tall, elongated, full body shot. She's a popular character for art. I've seen a bunch of her. His thing is he wants to touch a boob. We look at 9. Again, maybe not the best one to be bad. Let's go to Bleach. Nothing's jumping out at me, but I bet Bleach has got some good early action shots. Also, finished reading that not too long ago. That was a lot of fun. Come on, come on. End of the first chapter has him kind of showing up in a pose, doesn't it? There. A lot of dark shadowing. Probably not right for what I want to do right now. Chapter 2. We're gonna run out of we got 100 chapters a day to read, and these all count as reading one. I don't often hit that limit, but I have a couple times in the last year when I've burned through something. The opening pages, if I get to the first page, usually pretty good. That's a lot harder to find something than it was yesterday. Or maybe I spent this much time yesterday too. Just give me that fucking standing posing action shot. I bet they're all like the chapter headers. Or Hime? Yeah. Now that's always fun. We'll come back. Oh, that is the opening. How are we doing today? Anybody up to anything fancy? Okay. Broke again. Ba 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 ba. Oh, wait, where is it? Continue reading. I have to go scroll over here now because it's been reread. All right, 6. Orihime is a lot of fun. That was a good shot. I'm like, it's lacking challenging detail, like in my head, but no, it's not. That drawing the basics of it would be really tough for me. Why would that be? Why would that be considered easy? That's a Chad episode. Chad's fun. Let's go past him. Broke it again. Boom, 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 boom. You've been really picky. It's a good perspective shot. Look, I guess I'm looking for something easy. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty good. Side profile maybe lets me practice the Loomis a bit. Some shading, some hair, neck. I mean, these are just lines. It's not all filled in and super dark. We may not ink everything we do. But let's think about, let's do the composition bit again, where we draw the lines. Having an outline, I think, helped me place things yesterday. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let's compromise on this line right over here. We'll leave that little finger smudge. My finger was up there in the way. Leave it there. Neaten up the corners a bit. And try to remember the tripod grip the whole time. Alright, so sketch it out, right? Like, frame the whole thing. This is a pretty big side profile. So if we do the head's kind of... It's not that big. It's not that big. But it is pretty big. This would let me This would let me work with it. This would be okay. Like it's almost directly to the side. He's looking a little down. We got to get a good circle, which we don't have yet. I think I'm outlining a better circle, but I need to take away some of the edge, some of the inner lines. So if we don't have a good circle to start, is it roughly the same in all dimensions? It's about 3 3/4 by 3 1/2. It's a little squat. Let's try to bring it down 1/4 inch this way. We're doing our searching lines for our circle. Drawing a good circle is hard. And I'm going to allow searching lines this whole time. We'll have to go back and darken them. Maybe I'll grab a good quality pencil, like a deep, like a 6B, or maybe we'll ink again. All right. So the side of the head here is, you know, this ear to the brow, kind of this section, which would equate a little bit. Maybe that. Now these are just the guidelines, which we're trying to put into practice. What we've been doing. So as soon as I put those lines in, I can see that the angle is kind of off. It's actually more like that, which puts a whole nother circle in mind over here, which of course resizes the whole head based on what I have. Let's search around. Let's play with this space. And then we'll do some erasing. Because this space here, perpendicular to there. But the circles change size now. This is mostly a flat circle. We can see his... Is it? It's a big circle. It should be a pretty big circle, because it's mostly the side of his face, but then again, if we do the circle, it stops at the eye. There's a lot of his face still left. Let's put some lines down and see where we end up. Now, here's the mistake I've made. I can see it now. I like this line here, but it's not how the rest of this lines up. If that line intersects there, we will say pretty big circle. Say a slightly bigger circle than that. All right, and that's the outside edge. This line goes here. Almost flat. Not quite flat. That's pretty flat. Maybe more of that. Which makes this the vertical line. Here, let's use a tool. And if that's the line, Then that's the line. And the circle follows. Oh. Where does this take me? Let's ride this train for a bit. Cause that definitely doesn't look right. That would create a line that kind of runs. What if we do this in a bit? Maybe actually more like that line, right? We're drawing like guides this way. And even that feels a little off. And it might just be the whole circle. Feels bad. We let this line guide us. Do we get a better result? I mean, all of it needs to be a lot lighter than this, but... Okay, okay. Which gives us a better circle, maybe. This jaw comes down and is almost straight over, and it's mostly done in lines and shading. It is a little wider than the brow line, a little longer, but a different angle, right? So it's more of a the nose comes out. Let's find where the nose would be. So we have this line here. This parallel line gives us the guide for when this starts to arch, right? This line in here. And he's got a little bit of a chin. We're gonna, you know, follow some of the... Like, the guidelines are gonna help us place the pieces. But we definitely redraw over, like, all of this, right? That is split to thirds, eyes, mouth. We've got kind of this bit. I do think he comes out with this kind of chin here. And then we get this line. We've got the ear. We've got the eyes. Let's erase some of the frivolous lines now. I would call, I mean, a lot of these aren't necessarily frivolous. I see some problems. So this circle's pretty rough. Like this, it needs to be here. We've got all this. This is frivolous circle. These are, this was a guideline. Get that out there. This line here, I guess there's not the frame anymore. Like this is kind of takes it away. See, the little twist of the neck creates an overlap here. And we want to kind of find the lines of things now, the art style of it. And we can use the now we start putting the art to the guidelines, right? Like like this line here is a shading. And it's a shading that follows the line. You can actually, there's a line right there. This jaw line comes up to an ear, which is a couple of lines that probably all stay confined in this box. And we're having some problems because we're using the better grip. But and there's some detail in there we'll come back to once I'm sure this is a frame. The middle is the mouth. We see artistically, it's gonna be here, kind of, but it's just a line with a extension down. The nose comes up. The nose line's about here, it should be. But it extends out past the face and then comes back in. Not that strong of a curve, because this face still needs to come in a bit. Maybe like that. So the nose itself, and this is how he does the nostril. And we've got the brow line. I want to bring it up some. And then bring this in. And so we can probably see that form better if I erase this. Do some erasing. Of the right pieces. Now this bit, again, low, not again, but low, high, we have all of this to work with. That's, I mean, I'm digging it. I'm digging what the guidelines have helped us put down, at least. Ain't gonna be perfect. Well, let's put down this eye. That looks like a line here. And a line here. Circles. My greatest adversary. There's some shading down there we can come back to later. I even see now this line. Here. And there's some unsure sketching there happening. We have the brow now comes out a bit and back in before, I guess we'll follow the line we know. That's all shaded. And we can see some perspective issues in the neck. But let's stick to the head real quick. Let's sketch out the ear and the hair. Very similar ear structures, but a lot more detail here than Uchira Oda. Uchira than Oda. I'm just gonna say Oda. Now we've got the benefit of anime hair to cover up a bad circle. You know, huge cross brow line. I want to get rid of all of it. I just want to be able to differentiate guidelines and art for a minute. I'm not going to redraw them, so I guess forever, but like we had some shadow there. We'll get all the little shadow bits. I'm seeing like we need to extend the neck a little different. This eye on the left side needs to come in a bit. It's very distinct, and this might be an art style thing. I feel like it very distinctly comes in. And all this is kind of under shadow, so I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get a freebie there. There is at least an outline of a shadow up here that will continue after we get some hair down, because it looks like he shadows just the hair in. We've got a little bit of hair down here. Get some good straight lines there will be nice. We're taking a few liberties because not everything's lined up. Like here to here should be better. We're coming down and up, maybe not in far enough, and then this one's like horizontal, thin line, anime hair. I think as long as my lines are straight, I'll feel pretty good about it. We can even, let me get this shaded in. It's very dark, and I'm going to commit to this section. Alright, so let's continue this hair. We, horizontal, this was supposed to be a little thinner. We need to sharpen. That's what's going on. Lines are super thick. Not that this particularly sharpens well. I'm gonna have to get like a knife at some point. Alright, so let's cut off the forehead where it cuts off, which is like over here. Well, let's erase the forehead. Above the line. I mean, honestly, it looks like it. We've hit some major details, I think, that let me recognize the character. So that's nice. That forehead's a little shallow. A lot shallow? A lot shallow. Loomis head would have me believe that if I break everything into thirds, wait a minute, that's not quite a ruler, right? Okay, it's not quite a ruler. It would be somewhere up here. And the picture would have me believe... Wait a minute. But that's about right. Which just has this whole hair side here being super out of proportion and in the wrong places. Not out enough, those things. Which is what we're doing today with a focus. So we're going to allow all the edits I need. You see, this is a line, not like a coloring. It's part of that, like, sharpening the pencil bit. We get this like curved to the brow, and then like that line there when it comes out. No curve, everything's straight here. There's slight curves now that I'm seeing them. These are so much thicker than the line work I'm seeing. That's all right, we're gonna take our time here. This is a very distinctive feature of the character. I think maybe a little high. Bring it down to like there. Give that another round. It's like losing darkness. All right, back to the hair. So, like it's long. And it's more shallow than that. All right, let's try to get this bit. Oh geez, that's soft too. Because this whole bit here that I was gonna draw, it encompasses this. So it's like this over there. You see, I probably need to start using the paper because I'm smudging everything I'm sketching out. You know, just a way for you to see even less of what I'm drawing. Pencil sketching. / copy. Alright, so bop bop bop. Ah, I see some problems. This is more curved in. And now we're kind of off mark, but we're fine. Darkening some lines that have faded. And this is an expression of like shock and terror. That mouth came out pretty good. Yeah, this paper trick feeling a whole lot necessary as I look back at all the faded lines that my hand oils are rubbing off. But I gotta make sure I can see the pages. Or I need to see what I need to see, rather. Alright, so this line's start to do this. Like way over here, we need to like maybe even frame the hair. Get the left side. Because this gap doesn't exist in the photo. And definitely the thickness of this line doesn't exist. I need finer tip markers or bigger zoom ins. No, let's not waste the sharpness. I think we clean that up with an ink later, and not clean up as much as like find the purposeful marks. He's definitely telling a story here with the lines that we're not currently telling. And you can see kind of the way some of the lines are echoed, as if the whole thing's vibrating, animated. And I think I want to try. I think I do want to try that in post. We'll call it post. That looks so rough. There's no height, weight. It's even supposed to be coming in some, and I'm just drawing Bart Simpson hair. Just tough. If I can get an outline of this the way I want it to look. I don't want to say like I feel comfortable inking, but I think I will at least take my time a bit on the lines, and they'll be a little, maybe they'll be a little off. Maybe I'll be able to correct. So we're not falling out of the border, are we? I'm gonna skip a piece of hair. We're definitely falling out of the border. Now this hair is spiky down here. Not using as a rule. I need to rotate to do this. I think I should rotate the reference, right? Nah, it doesn't rotate. The screen will not do that. But the neck, the back of the neck, if I do a line up the paper, it does right about there. Now, the hair starts around here and does this thing. Any May hair. There's a lot of layers there that are almost gotta make sure I don't lose that for the inking. Let's take it back to here. Eyeballing in this bit. That feels good. It's got some sweeping bits. And they start to like come down at these angles. The inking won't fix that one. I'll see if I can get the outline, because this is... making this look good and understanding where it's coming from is kind of tough. The neck doesn't go that far that long. I think probably comes at this angle. We do have a kind of a, I won't call it a Gia Hakama on. Comes out around here. And that's the part of this line that extends, and I think it extends more at that angle, and then at that angle around the Adam's apple. But then he's got the neck that kind of extends out here. This is a good thick line there, and clothing, which I think needs this line to go down some, and here. Get some supporting wrinkles, if you will. And then the whole rest of the outfit down, over, around, and there's a sash. Kind of follows this line, but curves more inward. And I think we're getting to a good spot to like call I don't want to say call the drawing, but call the stopping point there. Like at the, that's, we're not going to draw all the way down. Let's focus up here. This line I want bigger, longer. That kind of reframes this whole section here. I'd say right there. This eraser, I'm going to run out of this little eraser onto pen tip if I keep using it. Which I think gives him the better jaw for the art style. And there's a lot of ink lines there that follow. Okay, and this line right there. Okay, I think that's, it kind of goes off the page. So let's let it go off the page here. Hairs looks funky. Let's go back up to that. Kind of off the page, and I could kind of live with it if we bring it in a couple places. Give some lines. I mean, the whole bit of the hair looks funky. I don't think we fix that much with ink. But I would give it a less scratching, searching line. And then like this bit here is hair. That I'm going to use to, you know, frame up that neck a little better. And I need to learn the anime hair. You know what? I want to put that to some ink. After I want to bring this out just a bit. It feels super obvious that this comes out more. Again, the proportions and the hair, I'm having a lot of problems with this spiky hair bits, but maybe the more time we spend on it, the better we'll feel. And then I'll try to do some of the shading dark with pen, but let's get an outline down. Let's get an outline down. Are there some lines we're gonna do with a ruler? No, none of these are rulered. None of these are rulered, so we won't ruler them. What are some problems I see? The left eye, way too big. I should fix that with pencil first. Eye darkened out of that though. Oh boy. I still don't have a good feeling for this one. And I think it's because it comes out more. And then maybe this nose comes up more. That one's tough. I guess the nose takes up more of that space. And in a different angle. And that's the... The nose shape kind of took away right there from what I saw when I said I could see the character. I think it's that line right there. Okay. Oh, you know what I'm seeing a lot more of? Cheek. As if I come down and then around. Not even that, that's way too much. I'm going to be back on the pad. I need to bring this back in. So, doesn't matter so much. Like we can forestall some accuracy. But what I don't want to do is chicken scratch it. So, let's just pick a line. Then go with it. You see those lines connect. And that's better. Alright, let's put the ink to it and commit to some lines. So, do we do the worst of it? We do the worst of it first. As part of an agonizing over. And we're going to do plenty of rotating. I think more than ever, I want to go back and erase all the lines. Hey, Cam. It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. We learned a little bit of focus a little bit on the Loomis method today. We're applying it to a drawing, and it's coming out okay. All right, we did more measuring of the proportions than we did re-guessing the lines, but I guess we did re-guess a bunch over here by the nose. I just committed to a new line without sketching it first. Right there. How's your day going? How is the world in I keep wanting to say Cameral. In Cameral's life. I mean, boredom's a good thing for you right now, I guess. Excitement could be bad. Let the ink just make that circle for me. Eyes are a little small, but I did just commit to it. My brow angle is also a little different than theirs. I don't want to commit that one to pin until I take one more look at what a mildly different angle would look like. Just sketch out something. There's a whole bunch of lines there, and I've got to pick one. I think most importantly will be the shading afterwards. We'll muddy this up, but let's get this line a little more like that. And then that's all the shadow, but this line of the brow is one straight line. So we're gonna pick one instead of guessing midway through. All right, let's go. This one's a big one. This one's an important one. I do think mine's not long enough. All right, let's go with that one. There's a bunch of lines in there we'll fill in. Let's commit the cheek here. This line all the way down. I'm holding the pencil or the pen wrong for this. This is my accurate grip, and as long as I've been doing it all day, it'll be fine. But I smashed the hell out of my pen in this grip, or my thumb. That line, I committed to that one halfway through. You could see it kind of straighten itself out. That's a hell of a line. All right, let's do our good line here. From the right direction. We just want to... Solid connection's fine. I can handle that. All right. These are thinner and quicker. But they also outline the jaw. And there's a couple of supporting lines here before a little longer, and then whew. I'm gonna leave that one for now. We're gonna come back to that whole shading right there. The other tricky lines were up here in the brow, as in I never quite committed to a section. And we need to now. Cool. The hair is gonna be a pain. Let's get some more supporting easy lines down. And there's some shading in there, which I think we're gonna need to limit the shading on the pen. We don't have, like, you can see some of this is print shading. This is computer. Some of it's, you know, super thinner than I have. So we're gonna play with some hashing, I think, afterwards. We're definitely not coloring in the black of the gi anymore, or the hakama in this case. I think we went through half a pin yesterday on Luffy's head. Now, there is a sword scabbard behind this I didn't see before. We'll sketch that in afterwards, and then we'll go over it. I don't quite have the expression there, but maybe it's all the lines still. There's a lot of shading. Let's get the hair. And those are lines that are... they're all right. In fact, one of them might be here. Like, that might be a hair that I've done. But if I, like, turn it into a cheek... I don't know if I lost something there or not. Alright, let's just do some lines. What I'm hoping for is some good confident strokes here. Even if it's not perfect alignment of what is on the page, I feel like a clean line will help me a lot better. Help me overcome some of the inaccuracies. Some of those lines ain't so fucking clean. I don't know why I added a curve to that bit. There's a lot of straight lines. There's some echoed lines here. This one, it's not up here. I think it's more there. And that's what we're going to do with it. These could be really, yeah, these have a tendency, we could do all of these bits really poorly, and this whole thing could look bad. there's only slight curves of these. They're solid lines. I can't add wiggles to it, right? So we're gonna try our best to be confident and swift with the marks. And you see, I didn't lift my pen up soon enough on the hair. Maybe you can't see it. And there's a dot now. But rotating is important. It helps me make the best line. Then we're just gonna go upside down for this. Yeah, that's a little messy. And there's some additional lines I kind of skipped, and maybe we'll take a look at later. But I can't take them away. I can always add more later. This back half has got to come out now. Now the art and the emotion in this one's kind of where the weight is going to be soon. And that's in the proper shading of the line work after the outline. And so I'm hoping to give myself a clean cut to work with. Let's rotate this properly. I'm going to do some eraser work real soon. Well, throw a bunch of eraser down. But let's make sure I didn't miss any major lines. Let's do the outline, I guess. Let the ink dry for just a second before I start slamming rulers on it. That's a line, ain't it? Am I running? I'm not running out of ink here, no. No, I did redrew them. And now that whole thing's thick. And we're just gonna keep making it worse, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Alright. Totally fine. Alright, let's take an eraser over that. So I can tell who it is, but I can see mistakes, like in the eye is a big one. This eye is got multiple sides rather than like the 1-2 line curved I gave it. The eyebrow, of course, isn't giving us what we want out of the emotion. The hair doesn't quite frame the face properly, but I can tell who it is, and that's cool with me. It's good eraser on this, cleaning up all our stray stray bits. Now are we freehanding shadow here? That's definitely a thing we were talking out loud about. I think once you start committing ink to this, you know, you can't undo it. Definitely places here where I would have, you know, liked better line work, but my portfolio's got to have artwork that, you know, I don't like. If I only drew what I was, I guess I'm proud of it. It's not that I don't like. My sketchbook can't have just perfect works because I'm not a perfect artist. I don't know. I'm an artist in the sense that I'm putting art down. I got a lot to learn. That's what I'm getting at. All right. The emotion. All right. So which lines are thick? So there's some thick lines in places. Like the eye is a thicker line. And it also has, maybe I can get that shape in it by thickening it up a bit. Obviously, this is going to be very dark. Now, we don't have to color the whole thing in because even the art itself doesn't color the whole thing in. But we do get these lines that, if we kind of start lightly, down here, and then we just kind of make sure we see where the lines are and what they're kind of trying to do. Like there's a line here that kind of starts to frame the cheek. And then there's a couple, you know, thicker lines there. The nose has a little starter here, and then the whole thing kind of gets filled in. Kind of collide over here with the eye at some point. All of this gets kind of filled in, outlining the white of the eye, while also bringing in from across the whole bridge of the nose, which isn't highlighted on the edge here. It all kind of bleeds in. There's this darker outline here and kind of here. Kind of frames this segment. Gives it a thick line. And then some, let's do the, I've got some lines up here that are framing the shape first of the face. But then are covered by these long strokes that start here and then way out. So let's try those. they start to go bleed into the hair up here. Yeah, okay. I'm down with how that's running. I'm down with what that's doing. There's definitely some. I'm gonna call them echoes. I'm making up a word here. I'm gonna call them echoes of the hair in some of these places. Like that, kind of. All over. I mean, to make them good straight lines. And it's happening on a lot of these lines. Maybe it'd help me clean up that one. I think it's muddying it more, but maybe drawing them on the inside rather than the outside was a better idea. Like right here. I think it's adding something. I'm okay with this. In the right places, in limited quantities. I mean, in some places it's just two different hair strands. Like up here, it's actually... they connect, but we're just going to go with those two lines. Yeah, it's a little messy there. Let's come down and do this. This was a tough one. This is big, long lines. They're not straight lines, so I don't have to worry so much as long as we're not breaking this chin line right here. So we're kind of outlining all of this. Looks like he's stroked both ways. And there's some cross hatching in places. But it does come all the way down. We've got it going on down here. Maybe even a lot of the same lines. And he's definitely taking from here up. This is another good line there. And they're all just these like fading, quick, thin lines. And it's hatched a little more right here. I'd say this is fun. I like this little bit of inking hashing. Because this one actually bleeds it down. Kind of like that. Art. There's this line, which seems to be following the neck. And then a quick hash off of that. There's some hairline following here. Wait a minute, let me get a good look at that. Feels pretty good because it doesn't feel like I could screw it up too much. That was brave. So was that. All right. This shoulder continues to about there. That's definitely all filled in. The ear needs some work. I tried to almost pinch zoom the artwork here, and those hashes, he just did this nice little line shadow. It's quick. That's got to be thin because I don't want it to cover up the existing ear, and then behind the ear, up to there, kind of a little farther out. Almost some shadow under the hair here, which I can kind of do by following the line, but I think I'm getting we're doing too much with that. A couple lines in the hair, maybe. Just kind of this echoing we were talking about earlier. Giving some of these lines, like if I trace over them, sometimes I get a nice second line. And I think especially here we could use some of that. It's either thickening it or providing a detail, right? Without getting sloppy, right? We're trying not to get sloppy with it. Couple lines here. And if I really want to, I think we shade in maybe the outline of the black, and we go from there. Like of the gi. I got a good message from a friend about art. Let me read this. I think I have his answer for him. There we go. Thank you for your patience while I chit-chat off screen. All right, so I think the black here adds something of the gi, because it is part of it's a central part of the character, right? But what if I just shade in the edges so you know what's there, and we go from there. Oh, let's try. Worst case, I color in the whole thing, but I think this is enough. Especially these areas here where we're, hashing detail in. I want to do this line, like along the line is one way. And I think we start with that, make it thicker. I've got to unfuck my thumb here because I'm gripping it like a death grip. That feels fine. I mean, it feels like enough detail. We can thicken it up a bit. No, I like that a lot. I fucking like that. All right, doing that. Let me type another message. I'm sitting here thinking about this is asking for legitimate advice. I sent him a good meme, but let me type something really quick while we hang on. Okay, all done. Where's my pen? I'm really getting into this now. I think this is coming together once the line work started to come in, and it's not picture perfect, but it feels good still. I'm glad I took my time finding this photo too. Interesting thought is that my other side, the pen strokes were this way. Almost all of the ones at least here were. So we should maybe mimic that, or have it reaching inward like this, to where it would be colored in, and then just flipping it in as such. There we go. That feels better. So now we just make sure the lines are reaching inward in all the places. Fuck yes. Woo. Oh, I forgot the scabbard. The scabbard's not here. Also, there's some hashes to do. So let's give that a moment to breathe. It's definitely gonna bleed through on us. And the scabbard should be easy, right? Like, we did the rest of it. Let's just bring this bad boy up here. And up here. Bam. The hardest part about that's gonna be putting a fucking line down. Oh, that's a line. It's a big old line. Alright. I don't want to do the other edge here. I'm going to give myself the freedom to correct with ink. There you go. Now, the lines on this are... maybe unnecessary, but I've been doing lines on all the stuff, so let's keep it up where they're at. Okay. That feel like a good couple of lines. I could thicken up the outer lines on everything, and I think, like, especially down here, this neck. How's this bow? I think it bows from the center like this. This is the part where it's a copy, and I'm trying to figure out why things are done the way they're done. But this whole outline here is thick. And it's possible to screw everything up right now. So maybe I fucking stop. Always more marks you can make, it feels like. There we go. Take a picture of that. Put that in the fucking Discord. Let's go. I don't think the emotion's completely captured, but I think it's pretty good. Like, proud of work kind of thing, right? Like, be proud of the things you make. Show them off to people. Stream it to everyone. Gotta place. I place this in 2 thick places. Now I'll go to the arts and crafts section of my own Discord. And I got some friends. We're gonna one of my friend groups, one of many. If it's not you, you're still my friend. Ugh. Oh boy, let me just... How we feeling, folks? Put down the Loomis method and made it work for me today. We did not just start putting down lines. I drew a circle and framed the face with measurements, and it could be better. Like, there are some sections on here that, you know, aren't the right perspective, but generally this looks like a face. Generally this looks like the source material. That feels real good. That feels real good. Oh my gosh, art's fun. If he didn't tell you this, it's a good time. I've never actually, these last couple of days, I've never sat down and put down art anywhere near this caliber. And this is, again, not great. I'm not gonna beat myself up too hard, but also it feels so good to do something. It's just so much more than anything I've ever put to paper. Like I have my best work prior to this is sitting in notebooks. We did a lot of this stuff, right? Like you see all these kind of trying to figure out perspective. That sketch turned out better than I thought it would. Trying to do poses, and these were poses I took from online. Let's see, anything really good. More Loomis heads, you know, we saw those today. But like there's not like a finished piece in here of something that I think a lot of this is filled with scribbles trying to work out pens. This whole thing, this notebook's falling apart. Maybe this is not the brand of sketchbook I want. Oh, and I guess the actual best stuff before this was sitting through some other coursework, working on observation. I redid that pair. We redid the slug. There's like a year gap. This was working on the bean, which turned out just looks a lot like a penis if you do it really well. Like, this is it. I have never sat down and done things like we've done in the last 2 days. Part of it feels like taking my time. Like, I have not often sat down and just taken my time to draw stuff. Feels fucking... Is this what everybody else is excited about? When you do something good? Again, still copying. I get it. This is somebody else's original idea that we've put to paper. What we got? We did some Loomis heads today. I gotta use the bathroom. I'm about to get up and take a short break, but I'm just gushing about stuff. You know, even Zoro was a little screwy, but we nailed a Luffy twice. This was rough. See, there's parts of this, like, gesture beats my ass. But that's fun. I'm gonna leave this here. I'm gonna leave this right here for now. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I think my drink's fine. Stretch the legs a bit. And let's just get the whole panel here. Because Mommy's Counting on You is, that's a word. There's a fun little sequence here, but let's just, out of context, that feels funky. Be right back, guys. Oh boy. Oh, no. Alright, we got a little bit of a spread over here. Let's see what's going on. It occurred to me I should be using these art pieces for the thumbnails, because we're streaming on YouTube now. And so I need thumbnails for each of the streams. these would be perfect. Making sure that they're in the thumbnail at least. It's kind of the way to go. Just occurred to me that the art I do is a thumbnail. But I've got Adobe thumbnail stuff, so we'll take some screenshots of this stuff and start. You know, we'll fix it at the end of each stream. We're getting better. What are we clicking? Bow, bow, bow. Well, you know, I got another hour and 20, and I wonder what the standard is for myself. Because we could start calling it early if it's a good stopping point. Like, right now feels like a good stopping point. Like, end on a high note. And start fresh tomorrow. Start on a high and finish on a high note. Because what we have to do tomorrow... What we would do tomorrow. I guess, I don't know. I do spend the nights kind of thinking about this. Like, what are we going to do for the next stream? Loomis came very quick to me. And then, of course, we spent some time flipping around, finding good art to throw down. This one even gave us a little bit of you know, we used our lessons learned from Loomis today. It's always a nice touch to reapply the things you've learned to the things you're doing. Took some notes. On the heads, and even I think in our main piece, like we got the general outline, and then we had to erase and redraw until we kind of got the lines in the right places, which is probably fine for where we're at. But I would love to put down more Loomis heads. So let's do that. Let's do that for like 20 more minutes. We've still got this piece that. Where'd the back go? Is this falling apart already? No, okay. The back cover. I was gonna say, we still have these pages in between the heavy ink that get a little screwy. This one's not so bad. This one didn't hurt us too terrible. On the second and, you know, the pages behind it, I'm dropping things everywhere. Let's just scan this over. Sometimes you just use the wrong words for things. Let's scan this over. Let's slide this over. Let's slide that bad boy over. Go back to our Loomis head kind of tutorial section. And let's do another round of circles and heads. Because it's a little... It's a little, it's tough, it's hard. Sideways. More space this way. Less space this way. It's the same. We'll just rotate whatever we're feeling at the moment. Oh boy, Loomis head. Heady by. Which is back to the pencil. Back to us practicing the tripod grip, because we don't, you know, as good as that last piece made me feel, you know, work to do, and this is one of those areas we already worked out a lot of the details for. Let's try to commit more of this to memory, and some of this starts with good circles. Like, we don't have great circles, and we had to redraw the circles over and over. Alright, so I can see the circle, and let me press down a little more visible, And you can see we've got this section here. We've got to kind of, I would say, fix up, but all we do is make it lumpier in a different way, I think. What if we give ourselves a box to be constrained by? And the shape we just did was, you know, this left facing shape. We're gonna go straight on. Let's do an easy one. Kind of bring this line in, right? This line in. We find that center point that roams across the top of the head, but then kind of straight down, not quite perpendicular. There we go, Loomis head. Kind of. I mean, the circles need work, but let's do it facing the right, but a little up. Try to give myself the assignment before we start drawing it, right? So I'm not just putting what feels right, but we're gonna go kind of that way. We're gonna bring, I think it comes down a bit here, right? So it doesn't feel big enough. And we're just apparently gonna do exploratory scratches until I find something. It feels like we were aiming for that, right? The circle itself doesn't feel right. So again, these weird exploratory searches, I don't constantly want to do them, but they're helpful. We have this line here, but it also starts to curve right about there, which gives us this space. Kind of, and I'm going to find out where that kind of lines up in perspective with these straight lines. But that's not where the face goes, right? Like this is the curved comes kind of there. No, I'm not getting a straight line. Let me get the straight line. Like in, right? It comes in a bit. And then from here it comes in a bit. We don't even have the middle line, which I feel we get somewhere in there. Get that tripod grip back. See, the difference between my control, I guess as long as I'm not squeezing my thumb, it's not the worst. And then make sure this is in a little more accurate spot. Bring it down a bit. And it's got to come to the actual point where these meet. Okay. All right. I mean, this is the brow, right? So we've got a little bit of a line here, and you know, if we're anime the hell out of it, I give it a tinier chin. Loomis head. Let's erase a couple of these extraneous searching lines. Extraneous searching lines, which I'd like to get out of my sketching a bit, but I guess not forever. I guess you still, I don't know how much of it is okay. That feels a little chibi. We can definitely like bring this in more. And then this line. That's fair. When we do get it, let's just place the bits in the right spot. It's a little tilted, a little skewed, but in fact, even the ear comes down a little far. All right, next circle. Let's do straight on. We'll just practice our straight on face. Make it anime. That's a circle. Kind of box it in with a really light stroke here. And try to make a better circle. Now we take off the sides. We kind of shave those down. Give it a center line. This line, that line, and a third down. So this is not the center line, you could tell by the way things are. You could tell by the way it is. So this is Pokemon. I wonder how this is copyright free. Is it just different enough? A remix is free game. But yeah, the chin now. All right, so we've got like thirds. Kind of. I think this can come up a bit. I keep reaching for the cap, the eraser at the end of the cap here. Do I have backups for that? I've got this whole kit. I do have backups, so I can use those. What a nice little kit my wife got me. Ba-da-da-da-dow. Alright, let's sharpen this up a bit. What an awesome wife. Okay. So the line comes from here. And I kind of want to shorten it. It feels too long. Even though like we're measuring this for perspective. Like, let's do the ear is here, right? Between these two lines and on this flat surface. That looks fine. Well, we've got the, the mouth, whatever's kind of there. All right, we've got the nose, the brows, whatever we want to like kind of draw in on these. Maybe the sides, this is bigger. So yeah, there's some feedback for myself. Like this versus that is a size difference. That's not 50-50. So the center line's off, and you can kind of see it in this jaw right here. The way this angle and that angle come together. Cool. Cool. Head time. Another straight on. What if we rush this one? How's it? Oh, that feels like way too much cut off. Let's bring that. That feels slanted. I guess we always have like a ruler if we really want to do it, but working on my lines freehand, it's making a lot of difference. Like I can feel my lines being better. I mean, but there's a difference. And we can definitely see where the middle line is. Right? If I measure this, let's do centimeters. 4.5, which means 2.25, right here. Right? Is that 0 to 4.5, 2.25? Doesn't feel right, but maybe that's why we're using a ruler for this one. Kind of broken the whole face down. We can bring this, say, there you go. Let's put a mark. Let's measure. We're doing some measurements. Right there. Let's see how that jaw feels. Now from the side view, and this may be what got me. This isn't where the line connects, because it actually comes from up here at the brow line. But I guess straight on, right, that's the difference. Now we didn't quite get that lined up. So we move that to the edge. Keep that line about the same. Let's take from what did we learn from some of our art styles, right? If this nose was like Luffy's, right, we get this little like almost diamond shape and then like a dot. He's got this circle eye. Art study styles. Alright, he's also got this scar. We did draw the pupils in, bit up last time, I think. And then he just had this brow, which I think all a little high. All a little low, maybe. What kind of smile does this, have? Does it just follow the face? We've definitely given him a much more chiseled jaw when it's more curve to it. Like, we took a ruler and straight edged it, right? Like, it comes more to a point in a curve than it does anything else. I can still see it on my screen from an earlier chat, so we're using reference. It's got more of this shape. And this curves gently with the wrist this way. And it does kind of stretch across the whole face. And at least in the picture we did last night. That being said, I like the idea of yesterday's sketch. And let's use the hard erase on the tip. It's just kind of the angry guy brows that kind of just shoot in here with this grin he's got. So like, of course his face is a little rounder here, a lot more out than this. And then, it doesn't quite all fit until you start putting in the hair. I'm not going to copy my picture exactly. I was just like, oh, the nose is a little different than it was. It went the other way. If anything, what I need to pull from this thought is the brow is a little more horizontal, not by much. And, he has the signature hairline that I won't think. I don't know. Does he have a signature hairline? Or you might thinking like, you know, Vegeta has a signature hairline. Goku has a signature hair. And Luffy's is the mop that it is, right? Like, it feels good redrawing some stuff. Reapplying yesterday's lessons to just a quick sketch. Then knowing, you know, we decided that, you know, we were done today, but we also weren't done. It's a good time. It was a good time to call it, but also a good time to get more practice in. I believe I figured out Oda's ears. Just they're a little simpler than we just did, right? I say figured it out, and then I just didn't do it. A little simpler than what we did today. All right. But that's the line. Kind of. Which means this ear comes out a bit more than I do it. I need to hit the anime girl arc now. I'm in all the anime boys. I say all. I've made like 2-3 pieces of art. Yeah, let's just top off the hair on the outline at the top of the head. Right, I'm squeezing my thumb again. You lose the tripod grip there, kid. People write with this their whole life, and that's why it's easy. I wrote in a way that fucked up my thumb. And it's easy, but it fucks up my thumb. So, gotta remember to make this swap. Very cool. Give me neck. He's got this nice V. If I give that a confident line, does that feel better? I mean, it does. We did the shading, which, you know, we're just doing with lines. Which I guess if we're talking about art styles, I like, right? Like, I do prefer this line art at the moment to, like, coloring it and using some of that shell shading technique, you know, we see a lot with digital art. Really enjoy, like, well, let's just go with the last piece we did. Right, we used the lines to express the shading. It helps that, you know, Ichigo's hair is a light color, so we get to do something with it too. There, Loomis head, straight on, turned into Luffy. Sort of Luffy. But at least I get to see here, and this is let's take these notes, where Loomis differed. You know, the side of the head, right here, you know, where he extends out from it. Alright, that's a difference. I'm not going to draw because I probably won't make that connection. And then we have this line for a chin, right? So we're doing the line itself comes to a point rather than a chin. And that's a difference. But what is the same are all of these kind of proportion lines. You can see the brow and the top of the ear. Now that ear is a little low, and that's you can see kind of where it was supposed to be, and the coloring kind of got screwy with it. But you know, the ears are still in the same place. The nose is in the same place. It's still broken into thirds. It still feels like a piece. So that's super nice. I don't know where we'd say the top of the head is, but it's a little bit under where the hat would be. Kind of this line. Oh, alright, more heads. do about. We'll do this page. We'll call it at this page, wherever that's at. You know, I just saw something. I wonder if it makes a difference. The outline of this black could be used up here. There. All we did was give it a little bit of darkness. You actually, it's something I noticed. I did accidentally. Is this eye is a little darker, and you can kind of see it through the shadow. It wasn't supposed to be there. That's not part of the art. I think I'm just gonna darken more of it. Whatever. Art's art. We're done. Don't get in there and keep adding detail forever. All right. Loomis heads, starting to be able to put people on them. All right, so heads. Let's do down and to the left. Okay. Down and to the left is that way, which puts the head, gives more space up here, less down here. Let's kind of make that circle a little better. Let's explore the exploratory lines. Should not be doing all these searching lines, but we are having some success with it. Okay, while looking down, line and a line, right? We've got that line there. Let's find, we've been using this, like you can see this circle, the way we've done it, there's not, here let's get this box here, there is room for this. Let's use the tripod grip, let's rotate the paper. Just barely room for that, but I don't know yet if there should be more to this circle. That being said, we can find the line this way. I think we found a good middle mark. Now we need to kind of angle out with this line, but not this way, but like, so this would be parallel. That wouldn't work as well as, say, that. Right? And then there, it's about there. Let's find this line here. No, see, that's all wrong. That is absolutely all wrong. Let's get rid of some of these searching lines, sketching lines. I think this absolutely comes down here. Is that right? I mean, it's not. That's pretty rough. In fact, I think it's even more out here. But we're getting a little messy now. Because this jaws what's showing me where the errors are here. And I would say we have the cross, and this felt fine, right? The circle feels fine there. It should probably start the circle itself. I mean, around the area we kind of had it, which puts this line kind of under, and this line even more under. Does that fit better? I mean, still not really. Perspective's kind of all off on that. All right, let's try again. Big circle, because apparently we want to take up space. All the searching lines. This is jamming pretty hard. All right. Somewhere along this line is the bottom of the jaw. So that feels better. Kind of see where things are. Now, I mean, I guess you would bring it in more, but yeah, how would we Luffy this, right? Like, what does Luffy look like from this angle? Can we figure that out? Is it more pointed to here and then pointed to there? Like, we still need to say the features are kind of, they're not going to be at the right angles or perspective, but can we find it? Find where he's at? And the answer is no, because there's no way that yours way up there. That's the thing. That's the thing we did. That's the thing we done did. And I think it's, what do we think is happening? This circle's too big, maybe? Like, if this was, where do we think he normally would be? Like right here? Which would make the circle like, well, like there? Because that face, of course, doesn't fit with the rest of this head. But, you know, if we draw the boxes here, we got red marker. If we draw the boxes out of it, Does that tell me any stories? Alright, like, bam, bam. First story is uneven plane, uneven circle. And then what? We went to like flatten it out. I'm not sure where we're going with this yet. I'm playing in the space. That is not a box or correct perspective on any of this. Alright, we're gonna leave it at that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Oh. Loomis heads. We may revisit this again. I mean, we're gonna revisit Loomis heads. But we're gonna come up with a win. And maybe tomorrow we do something a little different. Maybe we do Loomis heads. I'll probably sit and ponder that tonight and tomorrow morning, and we'll sit down and we'll figure a thing out. But good fucking day for art, man. Just sit down and do it. I mean, I was so unsure while searching for a piece, and we were being picky, and we stumbled upon something really cool. And that's my eraser being shoved into the case. There we go. Well, you can leave out the eraser, but also dust. So we pack it back up in this tiny little case. It shrinks back down to kind of a square. We get to put all our little tools away. I don't know why I just belittled my own art supplies. In the little case, art supplies. Art supply number 1. I don't know why we're joining me, putting things away. It's kind of what Mr. Rogers did, yeah? Kind of took off his shoes, said hello, put him back on, I guess, and left it in there. Did he leave? Did he do that? Anyway, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. This is it's a personal journey, right? Like I'm very much coming on, talking to myself, getting my ideas out loud, drawing for myself. Maybe not the most, factory stream you've seen me do. So if you're here, I do appreciate you hanging out. Theoretically, there's a lot of progress to be made as long as we maintain a schedule. That being said, let me repeat, we're going to be gone like half of next week and half of the week after. So, don't give up on me when I'm offline for like 7 days in a row. It's a planned vacation. Maybe we'll make up over the weekend when I get back. So, thank you all for coming. I'll see you tomorrow. Outro and all that fun stuff.